they don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me, got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more, all about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss, time's right. And I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Just wait and see.
they don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
It's day 2 here for the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for Middle East, and we're ready to know which are going to be the few teams to make it over to the next stage and potentially begin their PUBGM Mobile Esports professional career. My name is Max, man, once again joined with Imperium once again, and he's wearing the infamous, famous Imperium sweater right now. How are you feeling, man? How are you feeling for this last day of play?
Feeling good, a little bit, you know, definitely a little bit nostalgic, a little bit, you know, yeah, just feeling good, and it's the final day of the Snapdragon Pro Series, right? We've had 5 pretty exciting, action-packed days, and I'm expecting this final day to be just as exciting, just as intense, just as monumental, because these teams have put up a lot over the first 5 games. Can't wait what they've done, what they're going to do after a near 24-hour break. It's going to be very exciting.
Going to be very exciting indeed. We know what we said. Africa was looking really good. We said Europe was looking really good. We only had a few question marks for Middle East.
Yeah.
I think they've proven Imperium, but they're also pretty damn good. So things are looking great for Middle East as a whole, and I'm sure that the teams that will be making it to PMNC are going to be absolutely fantastic. But you know who also is fantastic, Imperium?
You?
True, but also Snapdragon Elite Gaming, our good friends over there, are helping assist and support this tournament of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Thanks so much to them. Without them, this tournament would not be happening in the first place. And when winning matters, which it really does, Imperium for the top teams, Snapdragon Elite Gaming is going to be there to back up our top teams in this tournament. But man, we got so many expectations, but we saw some fantastic plays yesterday. But the thing is about these 2-day tournaments, even teams that are maybe a little bit seen as a dark horse still have a very clear chance for redemption.
Always the door is open when it comes to these kind of tournaments and events where it is a little bit shorter format and you've only got 10 total games to get to where you need to be. And yeah, that's where everything is going to be put on the line as we look at the format coming into the Snapdragon Pro Series X PMCO. We of course are familiar with this, but there's always going to be people coming in and watching this tournament for the very first time.
Exactly, and if you're a little bit confused also, the top teams from Africa and Middle East will be shared between MEA and Egypt PMNC, and also between the MEA, KSA, and Iraq PMNC. So they're going to be a split based on where each team is currently localized. That's how things are going to work out. And after that, of course, if they do make it through each respective PMNC, MEA and Egypt will qualify you for Africa, and MEA, KSA, Iraq will qualify you for the Arabia PMPL. So, you know, hey, PMPL, I'm still going to have to say, Imperium, even the bottom 8 teams of mainly Arabia, I think Africa, there's definitely some changes that can be made, but Arabia are still extremely strong teams. So even if you make it through PMNC, make it through the Pro League. Sorry, what am I saying? The Pro Series. There's so many tournaments happening on this screen right now. But if you make it through the Snapdragon Pro Series, PMNC, where you're going to have to fight versus the bottom 8 teams from Arabia specifically, that is going to be a really tough way to qualify. So if you make it into PMPL Arabia, you're definitely deserving it, because that is not going to be an easy qualification period.
But didn't we also kind of touch upon how in yesterday's games it really felt PMPL worthy already, and that we recognize and highlighted that this lobby in a lot of ways felt at the level of PMPL. So the 3 teams that make it through, they, to me, give or take, they won't be out of place, they won't be out of sync too much, and yeah, of course they're gonna need to, they're definitely gonna need to be able to step up, but we could see that step up quite easily happen for the 3 teams that make it through.
Exactly. I think we stated it yesterday at the end of the show that you could put the names of some of the top players in PMPL, and we would be like, yeah, I would see that rotation, the way this game was played specifically by this team or this player, as something I could see in a PMPL. And it would be a really good play at that. Mainly thinking at that, I think Miramar game from Esports and Halako that played a great high ground position, clearing up teams behind them. I think it was Conquer Iraq in that position. So we definitely saw some really top tier play shown. Once again, the potential of these new teams and players is really high up there. But we're going to check out the overall standings, of course, to see exactly what has been happening yesterday and how things ended off. And sure, a lot of teams had the bottom that can still redeem himself. But man, Conquer Iraq looking great. But Execution Imperium, a team that, you know, a little bit more silent, but they struck really at the last second and just snatched away a second place that we really didn't expect.
We talked about the perfect balance, but we do also need to highlight the fact that they haven't got themselves a chicken dinner, so arguably there is still that question mark on their ability to get through to the next stage. Going back to the Africa region, Chaos were in a more comfortable position, yet I still had a question mark on them when they didn't get a chicken dinner up until that Sanhok game. I have to put a bit more pressure on Execution, because look how close Esports is. iCurd, One Heart, and we even touched upon F35X squad, who got the final chicken dinner of the day. They're only 28 points behind Execution. So, you know, I need to see that chicken dinner worthy result, the actual literal chicken dinner result from Execution, if I'm gonna have that extra bit of confidence of, hey, this team can make it. Because right now they're in second, but it lingers for me. It very much lingers.
Hey, Imperium, I think we cannot overlook that final chicken dinner of yesterday, one you mentioned for F35X squad. Marco's 1v2 clutch, and able to actually survive another, I think, 2 teams before going for that 1v2 clutch, was something of absolute peak beauty. So really good stuff from F35X squad. Of course, a lot of their placement points, they got 15 placement points from that chicken dinner. That means on the day, on the 4 of the matches, then you got a total of 4 placement points.
That is true.
That is a little bit scary. So right now, F35X squad, a little bit of a one-hit wonder team, a little bit of a flash in the pan, so we're hoping to see a little bit of a follow-up. And I think we can still agree that we want to see more from Brute Force and potentially even Skyrocket Esports. But the question stands, how much money are these teams currently playing for? And that's why we're going to look at the prize pool distribution. Once again, a few weird numbers, but that's because of the conversion from currencies. But extra 4K from second to first, still going to be the main focus for all the teams involved.
$7,720, an odd number, but it's a big chunky number for first place. Over pretty much just under 4K difference between first and second. That's yeah, you don't want to miss out on first, right? That final game, if any one of these top 3, 4, 5 teams were in first coming into the final game and they choke and they drop down to second or third, on one hand yeah, they'll be happy to have still made it through. But on the other, god damn it, they'll be sour at the fact that they missed out on that massive prize pool boost. So yeah, I think, you know, it will be on the weight of the players and on the minds of the players, possibly a little bit more. It kind of shouldn't. It shouldn't ideally, because when you're in game, you know, you should be focused on in game. But they're also human, and I understand why it would be on the players' minds.
Exactly. I do have a question though, because we haven't really thought about this, right? But for a lot of these teams and players, this is going to be their very first, tournament where they're going to potentially get this significant amount of money, right? And I do wonder what is going to be their approach with that money. Is it going to be to like potentially invest it? Is it going to be like, okay, let's put it back towards, you know, like potentially a Snapdragon Elite Gaming powered device? That would be a really good investment. If you want to come back next year for even more PUBG Mobile Esports, you know, that's definitely a good investment. I wonder what's going to be their approach with that.
With regards to the Middle East region, I kind of want to say not to in any way undermine the value of this tournament from a financial standpoint, because it is, and thank you so much to both PUBG Mobile, all the sponsors and partners for helping make this possible. It is massively amazing. But again, Middle East as a region has invested heavily in PUBG Mobile Esports as a whole across the last year and a half. And if you remember yesterday, Conquer Racket prepared for this for 6 months. That takes time, that takes money as well. At the end of the day, they have a coach, right? So, you know, this region, it's still an influence, it's still a massive motivation, but arguably this wouldn't be the first tournament that the teams have maybe played that involves a chunky prize pool. So hopefully that will take away from the whole, you know, it being on the player's mind. So I'm glad you brought it up, but in this region, to me, it's not as much of a thought process around what is done with the money, or, you know, if it's a factor in affecting how the teams play.
I think pretty much with that prize pool, you've got 3 options. Snapdragon Elite Gaming powered device. You can ship your packages over with DHL. Or you can buy some monster cans. That's also really good. 3 options. Yes. We'll see which one they go with.
Yeah,
with that said, I'm going to tell you, I'm going with an interview from with one of the players of Brute Force. It's going to be pre-pod. Check it out.
Hello, hello everyone. My nickname is Prepot, and I represent the Brute Force team. Captain of our team is Boss, Open Fragger Chudo, Neos is support, and me is freelancer. We are all purposeful and experienced players. In my opinion, there is no one very prominent player. But most often, MVP me or Neos. We play a large number of tournaments, training individually before games, and check map streams. I don't know any teams from this region, but I think that W7 and Clear will compete for the top 3 teams. We will try to show our maximum and beautiful game, and we wish the good luck for all teams.
Very interesting. So I have the impression every single interview we've had so far, we had 3. I have the impression W7 has always been the team that, like they said, this team's going to win. Currently in 6th position. Maybe not. You know, maybe a team that's been a little bit oversold by some of these guys, and maybe not the main competition. Maybe Conquer Iraq was the true enemy all along. That's a bit ominous, but yeah.
Jesus, you gave out to me for calling, what was it, one team the villains of the lobby, and you know, you just put Conquer Iraq on a stake.
Now we got
right
facts.
There.
They're doing pretty good, right? Want to take them down.
They are doing pretty good. Look, all the teams are within reason. Like, I'm sure it's not just W7 that was on the minds of the players and the teams. And yeah, there are going to be some teams that maybe don't have as much info on the rest of the lobby, so there's a little bit of an open question on expectations. But yeah, it was great to see W7 feature, but to me that kind of only highlights the strength of the whole lobby at the fact that they're only 6th, and they were still like featured by other players and teams. So yeah, it's a good sign in my eyes.
Or you know what? If you're also just like the players and the teams and you think W7 is going to get the chicken dinner, you can share your opinion right now over on Twitter with hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. Feel free to join us the conversation over there. And also, if you do use the hashtag, we can have it shown actually on stream and we can react to it live. So please feel free to do so. What was that? What did you do? I didn't see it.
I just did the hashtag symbol. But it was so cringe.
No, it's fine. No, it's not.
No,
it's cringy because you said it was cringe, Imperium. It was fine. It was okay if it was smooth. But no.
Yeah, but it's me trying to be cool, and I'm not cool. I'm a boomer, so you know.
You gotta ruin good things, Imperium. I don't know what to tell you, man. Hopefully, you don't ruin the good games we're gonna have today.
Wow, Jesus, what the hell, man?
No, it was gonna be fun. But once again, we have some very high expectations, as we said. A few of these teams here potentially have that PMPL level, but as you already said Imperium, like Arabia is a region where a lot of investment have been made by a lot of orgs, sponsors, etc. So it's very, very interesting to see how things are going to pan out for these next 5 matches today. But you're going to have to wait a little bit if you want to see these 5 matches. We're going to head on over to a very short break, and after that, we'll be jumping right into a rank.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL. The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hey, thanks so much for waiting. I do apologize on our side. There was some tech issues, and I was told officially the Imperium was the root of all our problems here with the tech issues. So, Imperium, what do you have to say for yourself? How dare you?
I didn't do it.
That's what someone
Please tell me.
who did it would say, Imperium. So, not very
I was
convincing.
I was hoping you would have gotten that.
Sorry.
You know.
Nah, you're sent to
reference.
You're sent to PUBG Mobile jail. I'm sorry, it's over. You're done. Okay.
Do not pass go. Do not collect the 200 UC.
Yes. You'll do that. Nah, you're not coming out of
So I
it.
thought.
Yeah.
Look, from a genuine note, yeah, it's just one of those things that happen, and look, it's sorted. The players are in Spawn Island, and we're waiting to get this first game underway.
Yeah, you know what? If you do, I was also told if you do ship with DHL, you will receive the package before the game 1 starts. Okay, so express shipping time, guys. Don't worry too much about it. It'll definitely arrive on time. Don't worry too much about it. Thank you once again to all our good friends over at DHL for sponsoring and allowing the Snapdragon Pro Series to happen in the first place. But I am told, oh, we got some gameplay. It's Hilal 9. Oh, no, we're getting right into it. It's like, why are we looking at this player in particular? We'll have to see. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for game one, day 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for Middle East. We're going to see how things are going to be panning out. But of course, you know, Imperium, as you already stated, teams at the bottom still have a chance at redemption, so anyone can still make it up in that contested top 3.
There is plenty of opportunity available for all of these teams to make it into the top 3. 3 spots available in the overall standings to make it into the PMNC later on in the year. Phase 1, the playing path is not too bad, going from the east down to the southwest, so definitely more favorable for the western teams. And if I'm not mistaken, all 3 Wrangle games had a circle finish on the northern side of the river. And most of the playing paths involved the kind of northern side of the map, so it is nice to see playing path that is a bit more beneficial for those western and southwestern teams.
Give me something a little bit different, please. I've had too many northern freaking river finishes. I want a little bit of variety, please. Give me just anything south of Rosshawk George Pole line, and I'll be happy. I'm waiting for it. I feel like I'm going to be very disappointed in the next few seconds. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Things are going to pan out. Of course, George Pole. A lot of teams did enjoy George Pole. Yes! Yes! Yes, something different. Like this. This is good. Give me a Gatka field finish. It's annoying, but it's fun to watch. But yeah, George Pole's going to be a bit of a risk for teams to extend their drop to, and we did see he was heavily contested in yesterday's matches, so intrigued to see what's going to be the approach from some of these squads.
So good to see a phase on circle that isn't on the northern side of the river,
Finally.
heavily focused. And it does, for the most part, complement the playing path. Skyrock's going to once again have Yasnaya all to themselves. Interested to see how the likes of 77X are going to rotate into the circle, because arguably, you know, even landing around Milta, it would have been a little bit more challenging for them to get there from these, from the circle, from the playing paths of yesterday's games, but also rotating onto the northern side of the river from Milta is quite easy, whereas rotating into the western side of the map, when you know, and you should know, that there's going to be a decent bit of traffic around you, it's going to be difficult for 77X.
So I was laughing at the name iDrunk for a second there from the player Skyrock. I find that name really funny. But iCard picking up, there you go, an extra player. Spots a few players of clear vision over there in the distance. I'm hoping this is not going to result in a fight, but this is very clearly Imperium. One of the issues that teams are trying to stretch their drop over to George Bowl. So this is one of the main issues. This is why you want secondary drop locations, to avoid this, this entire shebang from happening in the first place. But seems like clear vision. No harm, no foul. We'll be able to make it across the open areas of Gatka Field, so they'll make it into wherever they really want to go, which should be George Pole, just fine. But a little bit risky. It was a little bit spooky for a second there, but they'll make it just fine.
Tiny bit spooky, but yeah,
spooky.
They made it through. The games yesterday, by the way, were won by the following teams: Conquer Iraq, C Esports, W7 Heat, and F35 Squad. So 5 games, 5 separate chicken dinners, but certainly threatened to have a team win more than one game. Arguably, Conquer Iraq probably got the closest, to be fair. Will they be able to get that second chicken dinner today? I have no doubt about it. They are going to have to be careful on this rotation from Phase 1. Remember, they have a school apartments area as a looting spot. If they rotate early, they'll be able to get past the likes of 14T, and I think it's going to be important on this kind of Phase 1 circle. Maybe go over towards the chopsticks area as a bit of a starting point in this circle.
I might be completely wrong on this one, Imperium, but tell me what you think. I
Go for it.
had the impression we've had some teams in the other regions get 2 chicken dinners. I don't think we've had a team get 2 chicken dinners on the day. I don't think that's happened yet, like throughout this entire Snapdragon Pro Series.
Did we in Europe? No, because we had a back-to-back.
Did we have a back-to-back?
We had a back-to-back in Europe.
Yes, yeah, you're right. So it was on
No,
the day. Yeah.
I understand why you.
For a second, I was a bit lost.
Again,
I was
yeah,
like, maybe?
again, both regions were extremely close. So I would have understood. I definitely understand where it come from. But no, we have had a team get a 2 chicken dinners in one day, and yeah, even more impressively back to back. Wouldn't be surprised if it happens today, but I also wouldn't be surprised if we do have once again a very healthy mix and balance of teams getting chicken dinners, getting those dubs, because the lobby is pretty intense, it's pretty close, it's pretty tight. Like even a team like we saw yesterday getting the F35X getting the final chicken dinner of the day, they were lying down in 13th up until that final game. So it's anybody's opportunity in these games to get a win.
Unfortunately for F35 though, and it has to be said, one hit wonder performance like yesterday is not going to be enough to qualify in top 3. We need to see consistency. Those big chicken dinners of course are great, but they're not worth anything. They're worth peanuts if you're just not able to follow it up with no decent point average in the following matches or matches before that. So no, F35, I am seeing definitely, I feel like an improvement based on what's been happening yesterday. They're instantly sending it center into what I think is a really good spot. We'll have to see exactly where they're going to stop. I think they're going for one of the compounds east of Quarry or the high ground, which is even better east of Quarry. So F35 good, but they are followed up very, very closely by TC Gaming. So I think TC Gaming spotted them out, going to change their trajectory and go for another spot.
F35X, interesting that I just highlighted the fact that they won a game yesterday. They're currently on our screens at the moment. They have straight away a great part of the circle locked in place. It's to the west of Quarry. It's not quite high ground. We're still 6.5 minutes in, so they can readjust their position. Maybe shift a bit more up north, and they will be on a more high ground position. Lots of potential inside this circle. It's a very familiar Phase 1, right? When we talk about these Southwest starts to the games, it is definitely familiar territory for a lot of these teams, Max.
Definitely going to be the case. I'm waiting to see how it's going to be happening when it comes to the rotation of C Esports. So we have already praised C Esports quite a bit yesterday when it comes to their macro, especially that Miramar was like chef's kiss, something of absolute beauty. I really enjoyed how they play that game in general. This one might be a little bit tricky because they are really, and I mean really, taking their time when it comes to looting and Novo on Solnufka Island, which does scare me a little bit because you got to cross that bridge. You don't know if it's going to be gate kept. You don't know where teams are going to be positioned. Like, depending on where they go, there's going to be a lot of spots they're going to have to be very careful about because there's a lot of high ground spots that are really, really good when it comes to scouting and sniping. So I just hope C Esports go in prepared, and I'm just going to take the slow approach to scout, make sure they're going to be in a safe spot because this could be a little bit of a treacherous path for C Esports, so they need to be a little bit careful. I'm a little bit spooked out for them. It could be a bit of a spooky game.
Are you easily scared, Max?
I am. I cannot watch a horror movie. Yeah. But that's why I think that's one of the reasons why my dating life is so bad right now. Is like a lot of the girls I see are like, oh, you want to watch a horror movie? I'm like, no. I would not like that. Please.
That's because
Can we watch Frozen or something? I don't know. No, not that.
That's because I think most of the time you get suggested a horror movie because it's an excuse to cuddle up in the scary moments, whereas you're like, nah, you're on your own.
But even then,
even
when the positives completely outweigh the negatives, I'm still like, yeah, but spooky movie. Me no like. I will run away in absolute fear. I'm terrified.
Oh man. Okay, so TC, at the moment, in around the south of Quarry location, arguably a little bit too heavily south in my opinion. You're not getting enough information on towards the central part of the map, and Phase 2 has popped up, and it's a great shift, I gotta say. Still incorporates a small bit of the military island, the modern play, but for the most part, great shift. The one interesting thing that I observed is that absolutely nobody went to Longwood slash kind of, you know, compound to the north of Fairy Pier Hill. That would have been a great place to go to in Phase 1. I know there's lots of locations, but the fact that that was completely empty is a little bit baffling for me.
A little bit baffling, but I'm looking at Conqueror Iraq's rotation here into Church, northern side of George Pole, really, George Pole, what was I saying? Northern side of Pachinki, got himself a little bit of a nice angle onto 14 team, that, interestingly so, Imperium, 4 players alive, 4 players in the game. Very important to mention. What's been going on there? I'm not sure. It seemed like they took care of their carols from yesterday. Now they're all up here, but I'm already seeing some spots. I was going to say I would love to see a team play Longwood, just north of Ferry Pier, which currently there is a team there. I believe it's 7-7. That's a great, amazing spot. See Esports going for the eastern rotation. Luckily enough for them, no one is going to be gatekeeping the east, so easy entry point for them. And they also got access to a few decent scouting spots. So far I'm sold. I think it's looking good, but 7-2-1, and I think it's brute force in the north that are a little bit slow on the rotate, so that could be where we see a few early altercations.
Clear Vision gonna have a little bit of a tough task, coming from the northwestern side of the circle. Just more so in terms of just in terms of the fact that there are already now a number of teams located into some strong positions in towards the center of the circle. They can stay on the edge and look to punish teams that are maybe going for a variable rotation. One thing that we also need to consider is that teams did drop on the east. There was a little bit of traffic, but that has been avoided as CE Sports moved in a little bit later from Military Island, and they have a decent bit of space. But man, this Pachinki engagement between 14T and Conquer Iraq, little bit weird.
A little bit weird. I don't think it's going to result in too much, because I don't think the circle's going to shift here, or there's a very slim chance of that happening. And both teams can easily disengage from one another, especially Conquer Iraq. Like, they can just leave over to the west, and they'll be completely fine in doing so. I am, though, surprised, because 14 team sent a player over to the ridge, so he's in nade range. And they also got a player, I don't know if you can see on the minimap, but there's a player going for a wide angle south, and I think he's going to go towards, like, that little elevated building.
Sam, as far as I know.
Yeah, so it seems like 14 team really want to take the fight. And you know what? I'm not going to talk badly about that. I think that's a good thing that they want to try and get some early eliminations, because they're in a really bad spot in the rankings right now. To be completely honest, not great. So I think that them trying to maybe speed things up a little bit and maybe just build some confidence by taking this fight, no, it's okay. A bad spot, you're going to require some big plays to make it up there.
Yeah, but there's a line. There's a line of when is the right time to make the engagement, how long it takes to start the engagement, what you're losing on the next circle shift, and what it means in terms of you getting stuck. And with them suffering the first knock against them, 14T have now dug their own grave, arguably.
Don't get me wrong, I still completely despise early game fights if they don't make sense, and I think that this one does not help them, but I'm trying to follow maybe the logic of it. There's like, maybe they want to get a little bit of a confidence boost, maybe that's the game plan. So far, it's going to be ending into a one-on-one trade when it comes to Nox. Could normally get himself the res if needed, a little bit of a smoke to keep him alive. Love to see that coming out. But overall, I'm seeing this massive split coming out from the opposing side of 14 team. The main issue, if one player gets knocked, that res, there's a very slim chance of it happening. Luckily enough, one of the players that did get knocked on their side has a player right nearby, but if one of the players south or northeast gets knocked, that's done. Like, they're not getting brought back. So Conquer Iraq currently leading the way. As I'm seeing CE Sport, they're going to be moving by slowly but surely. I mean, not slowly, that's going to be a real speedy rotation. And Holako just going to be zooming by with the rest of his team, but they will be okay. Oh, wait, okay. I was going to say they're okay, but they are not. Holako spotted out, instant headshot secured, and that's going to be the first elimination for Conqueror getting secured.
Good stuff from Conquer Rock. The high ground on Church is just such an advantageous place to be. They are wasting a decent chunk of time on a side note, though, as Phase 3 Blue Zone starts to close in. The high ground south of Chopsticks is pretty much center of the circle. You have two teams in around the area of the map. That is Pache and W7. W7 with the compound high ground, and Michelle comes in, gets knocked, and that's another casualty going. Well, not another, but another elimination, should I say, for Conquer Rack.
Yeah, great nade from Terminal. It seems like they really want to fully commit to this fight. They want to take every single limb they can get. Michelle does get secured away, but now Boran, be careful. Push with your team. Don't go solo. That's a little bit too big of a risk you're willing to take, Tiger. Still there on the side, going to be able to feed some extra info over to his team, but be careful, a little bit too far. Boran does not know over the ridge. It's going to be an opposing play of Conqueror. Now 14T struggling, drops down from the rooftop, does get a nice little jump down onto Dicker, but unfortunately is not going to go any further than that. The surprise factor was not enough. Conqueror will stand strong as only one player remains, and he's going to be good for his own push. The nade is going to be cooked up from Reba. Could get it just in time. Nice usage there, and the nade connects. That's beautiful from its Reba. And that is going to be the end for 14 team. The building of confidence is going to be shut down right here and now.
Good stuff from Conquer Rack. They have wasted a chunk of time in the blue, so they're going to have to scramble to make it in. Phase 4 Blue Zone does do a half-decent amount of damage, to say the least. 968 in towards the circle. They're now outside of it, as it has been a very heavy northwest shift. And this is a tricky one because outside of the edge of Chopsticks on the eastern side and the high ground that Clear Vision are locked into on the western side, it's all very flat terrain, right? And I suppose the south side where W7 are. So this circle becomes very edge of circle playstyle for the majority of the teams. You're forced to play edge.
I did like where Clear Vision were before, but I think they're here trying to send them. Oh, okay, there's another fight happening. One Heart is going to be taking their own fight. One player was flushed. Quick is going to be knocked. Artful and Q10 trying his best to get himself in that position, potentially to res up his teammates, and he will get there in due time. Nicely done. Those reses will be pulled up. You've got to be careful. There's still some teams with them, with some angles. Pache, in particular, is going to be the one to try and pull the trigger. But man, Clear Vision's rotation over to the northern side, they knew there was limited space and opportunities for this game, Imperium. The fact that they sent it so quickly to that position is a potential game-winning play if the circle is in their favor next phase.
Yeah, definitely 100%. It's looking pretty good for them, to say the least. Time is ticking down, though, on this Phase 4 Blue Zone. Pache on the very southern edge. There's a number of teams around them that they're going to have to look to really punish and slow down. And Flies 968 being one of them. And Haji is going to get the first knock on the faster.
So unfolding Pache. Definitely seemed like a little bit more involved in the early game than we've seen yesterday, so I do appreciate that, taking as many pot shots as they can. And pretty good when it comes to gatekeeping the southeast. There's going to be a few teams trying to rotate around. We'll see if they can capitalize on a few of those limbs. Which, right now, it seems like F35 in a pretty dire spot might struggle to escape the grasp of Pache. It's 968 also on the move. Got their cars, at least they will be able to rotate, but... Man, I still Imperium, I think that we're both in agreement. We want to see Pache really get those big games that we didn't see yesterday from them. So hopefully Pache can do a good transition upon the next circle.
Yeah, well, we showed a small bit of potential, but not enough to really execute a strong play style. Zako with the red dot scar from a distance, securing a knock onto F35X. Now, F35X aren't only being peppered from one team, and they're quite a far away from that southern edge of the circle. That is the brutalization of the hardship on Phase 4, punishing so many teams. Marco of F35X is going for a very variable rotation, but he's the only player to start at the moment, slowly being followed by Barzi and the third remaining player, Tosca of F35X. So they're getting around it, but it wasn't without one casualty at least.
You can see all the teams want to play the southern edge because it's still on that side of the road where the circle could be going, and especially the high ground positions are so valuable. But
exactly,
if you want them right now, you're going to have to pick a fight. You're going to have to breach and be really aggressive early on, which I think teams might want to try and avoid. Though 7-2-1,
Why haven't they
knock in
pushed
on the
up,
side
Max?
of TC Gaming.
Why haven't they pushed up more? They need to apply pressure. To me, they've wasted about 2 minutes of not doing this onto TC.
They could have, but it seemed like right now they want to try and go for the slow approach. 71 also a team that showed potential yesterday, but not were able to find any closure in any of those matches. We'll see how things are going to pan out. If I were them on this circle, I wouldn't even fight it. I would just skip it. Skip the fight. The fight made sense last circle. This one, it does not.
I agree. I
so you
agree
can just
fully.
skip it. I would even play fields.
That's what I talked about with the timing of engagement, right?
Yeah.
If you miss that time, you move away, you disengage, you rethink what you want to do. It does look like 721 maybe want to engage, but they're also conscious of the fact that there is third-party potential from the other side of the circle, from the other side of the hill.
Very clearly here, I think, oh yeah, they're sending Hulk forward.
Yeah,
721 going to be having Hulk on the forefront, going to potentially try and crash one of these cars in the hay bale, create a makeshift compound from that position. And yeah, there you go. A little bit of a leapfrog situation, which is great. I mean, TC were locked in that position. If TC go first, they're going to get backstabbed by 721. So 721 had to be the one to pull the trigger, but Hulk gets knocked, gets instantly flushed, and it seems like 721 has not been able to find an anchor point in the circle, so now they're just moving all over the place, trying to find a few things to stick, while one heart is going to be used in one of their players, an F-35, really struggling to hold on to the southern western edge.
721 S, you gotta know where you want to go if you're gonna disengage. They were running around and now they're down to just one player. Hackshot is back over onto the western side. That was so poor from 721. It's overall, that execution was probably the worst execution we've seen of a rotation in the MEA region so far. And we talked highly of the lobby, but I have to call it as I see it. That was very weak.
It was a bit unfortunate because I think the play was good. The execution, as you said, a little bit on the rougher side. So we'll see though. TC now at least TC has less of an issue over to the western side. They can still move in, but clear vision. Once again, pulling their typical, I would almost say, their star play, which is this 2-2 split that they love to do every single match, as 2-2 split for clear vision. But unfortunately, you might need an entire squad if you want to push into like 7-7 or even skyrocket. It's not an easy rotate. Well, we've seen execution still currently remaining as a 4-man crew, a team that we still want to see close off a chicken dinner Imperium. Currently looking like a very strong contender with 4 players alive and a major control on the south.
I just noticed that execution of 3 players where their first letter of their name is K. That's actually kind of cool. Venom, you're missing out. You should be named Kenom. That would definitely match up a little bit more, but even though they don't match up in name, they do look to match up in gameplay and synergy as they look to control that western edge of the circle. W7 being put under a little bit more pressure, just a little bit.
For execution, they know they're going to have to push their way through W7, otherwise you're going to get backstabbed on that future rotation. W7, you've got to make your way through them first if you want to aim for this first chicken dinner of day 2. Still, with the Mini 14 taking a little bit of an angle, trying to assess the situation up ahead. What's going to be on their side? The thing is, you know, if they push onto W7, there's a clear third-party situation happening with Pache. Pache, this is one of their only opportunities to get in a good spot, is to third-party that fight or directly push W7. Well, it seems execution sending KOK4 Boy a little bit forward above that roadside, trying to get a little bit more intel. How are the teams on the south going to deal with this situation? This is rough if you're on the southern edge right now.
And it's perfect if you're W7. They barely have to move. They shouldn't move. They don't want to move because all they have to do is pepper teams coming in who are forced to try to move in from both from west, north, and east to make it into the fields. But the high ground that W7 has locked down outside of Pache, even though they spotted them, shot comes in. That's going to be hero knocked down. But either way, W7 still have arguably the best position in the circle.
I mean, now they've got to move out Imperium. It was good before, but now without that kind of coverage, I'm not sure if it's going to be as safe as it once was. You can see already Malik, he's trying to go wide. Malik definitely did some really good setup plays for his team yesterday. Definitely one of the impressive players of the roster, but still trying to keep tabs over onto execution. Kevin99 picked up in the smoke, trying to find it. Does get himself one tap, and he knows where he is. That's the elimination confirmed.
It was actually Clear Vision to steal.
Yeah,
that
I
one
realized I
away.
was like, wait a second,
Yeah.
that was an M. Even though you got the one tap, the idea was there. The point will not come their way. It's W7 trying to reduce the numbers around them, but
Okay,
execution still present, playing in that FPP mode. Getting so much information where he's just barely peeking out that smoke. And W7, as you said, the moment they lose that coverage, Imperium, it is going to be a race to make it across the road.
I still think they've done a decent job of dealing with it because they understand that they have to move out. So they sent one player a little bit down the hill off the back of clearing out most of execution and putting a little bit of pressure onto Pache, maybe recognizing that Pache aren't as comfortable as they initially look, so they have sent a player or two down. It's all edge of circle. Clear Vision are still going on though inside this northern part of the circle. 77X behind them, very difficult to deal with.
But look at them, man. They once again doing their typical 2-2 split. They should be able to get the res, I believe, up north. Yeah, there you go. They even clear the entirety of 7-7. That was one of their main threats.
No,
oh, the off angle. No, Embark got picked off. Oh, they can still get that one res, but Embark, he's not going to have one of those players split with him, so he's going to be potentially a casualty in that position.
When you have a player knocked, like that and you're ahead of the rest of the team, you don't do that. Embark, that was a certain blunder from him, and harsh, but Clear Vision have done decent so far. That could be the slip up that stops him from getting the win.
Venom able to send it forward. Pache made it up by Waleed of W7, still clearing a lot of space. They're still up as currently 4 players, so W7 still massive contender for this chicken dinner. Waleed, there you go, clearing out once again a few of the extra players. Waleed does get knocked though. But you only got 5 more seconds. You got a few cars. You can make that rotation happen in the cars if you want, but Smoke Road would be the way, and it seems like that's going to be their approach. While Clear Vision still just absolutely spraying down the composition, making sure no one can cross this roadside. They want to be the full kings of this field finish. Once again, another lock coming out from Daum. And then, Venom actually is the one to get it with the Mini 14, so he's still getting involved on this side for his team. Execution.
They're being bullied by the whole lobby. Outside of Pache a little bit, they're being
they go across.
bullied by the rest of the lobby.
One of the players got across. Malik made it over to the field. That's a great anchor point, but you only have one more teammate. Oh, it seemed like it might not go the entire way for W7, but still a good attempt. Pache, another one of their players getting picked up. They don't have a lot of space to work with. This blue zone is definitely going to be restraining them. And Pache only have one. Haji not too sure. Daum is actually actively pushing out of that location. He wants to take that 1v1 versus that one player of Pache. Haji, I believe, spotted out with that third-person perspective. Oh no, actually doesn't have the exact position. He doesn't have any nades, any mollies. It would make this position so much easier to hold on to if you were Daum. He cannot get it. But this angle, these splits of Clear Vision are just too damn good, Imperium.
I'm calling it the Clear Vision chicken dinner. The Whom pushing on forward, the knock for Fala. That's going to be the end of another Pache player and another team. It's execution versus Clear Vision.
Just go out to blue zone, Karal. Like, just go out to the blue zone. It's not worth it. He gets naded away by... Man, the nades of foul at the end of this game have been absolutely bonkers. And that's it. Clear Vision to take the first chicken dinner of the day with a decent elimination spread too. 3-3-3 and 2. Really proving that every single player put the work in for this win.
They were looking for this chicken dinner. They had one so far, I believe, in this tournament. Okay, I could have sworn. Yeah, they had one so far. I think I might have made a tiny mistake around who got the chicken dinners yesterday. Let me just have a double check. No, Clear Vision didn't win a game yesterday. Apologies. Clear Vision didn't win a game. So this is their first chicken dinner of the finals, and it was overall a well executed one, to be honest, Max. Can't argue with how they dealt with that north inside the field. They were cautious, they were methodical. While all the madness around the east and the west happened, and arguably the south, they just played their own game. They stuck to what they knew, and those splits were magnificent.
Exactly. That is really their speciality coming into this. It is the Clear Vision splits, right? They love going for those 2-2 splits.
Yeah.
At the end, it was a little bit unfortunate. They had a 3-1 split because it makes it impossible to go for that res on that teammate just a little bit further forward.
Yeah.
But in general, that split that they had is what allowed them to clear 7-7. If they do not do splits like that, and at least as efficiently, they're going to be losing potentially a few players to their side, and it's going to be really, really rough. So I'm impressed with that game, Imperium, and for game one, I've got to say Clear Vision can also be a contender for that top 3.
Well, yeah, they're definitely going to be in the top 3 after that chicken dinner, in my opinion. W7, man, they were 6th coming into this game. A strong result. They had quite a good few eliminations from that south side of the circle. They dealt with a decent bit of pressure. Remember, One Heart crashed them, and they had teams that were vying for south. And yeah, okay, there was a couple of points where they had 1 or 2 teams helping them, but it still wasn't easy for W7. When you have so many bullets spraying down around you, you're not exactly sure who it is and if they're close to you, if they get third party. The fact that W7 dealt with all that as smoothly as possible is a credit to them.
Really, it was a really good execution in this first match of the day. Very energized. You know what it was energized by? Monster Energy, of course, our good friend at Monster Energy, allowing the Snapdragon Pro Series to happen in the first place. And I'll have to maybe even just during this break run over to my grocery store, get myself a good old can of Monster. I think it'll definitely help me out. It's going to be rough. It's very close, but I don't know if I could sprint in the time of a break. A break is like 3 minutes. Even running. I mean, you should look at me, Imperium. Do you think I run yet? Okay, I'm starting to work out, but I'm not in like running peak form right now. I'll get there eventually, but I'm not there right now. Hopefully soon.
Get good, man.
Okay. Why are you going to do me like that? Well, I thought we were going to be supporting Imperium, but Imperium's having a little bit of Imperium's having a little bit of a tantrum right now because he broke the lobby earlier. Okay, so Imperium, you're in timeout. We're all in timeout. We're going to a break. We'll be back right after for Miramar game.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
A chicken dinner as clear as day for Clear Vision in this first game of the day. And Imperium, we're saying it. The 2-2 split speciality, the 2-2 split special is on board, and it worked out great in a field finish like that. Even 7-7 could not deal with it, and they were the kings of the fields in absolute dominant fashion.
The chef's special was very much complemented by a chicken dinner for Clear Vision, and I'm sure they're far from full as we are only one game through. Can they get a second today alone to add up to what has been a great start to day 2? They were coming into this game in 7th place, right?
Yeah.
Behind W7, so getting that extra couple of points will probably not only jump them within the top 3, but even ahead of W7. So look, good start, but as always, you know, and even to echo based on what we've had in yesterday's games, it's not about how you start, it's always about how you finish, so they need to follow through.
Exactly. I'm intrigued to see how many points were won by Conquer Iraq in that game and Execution, because there were teams first, second place. So let's check out the match rankings. And here we go. Clear Vision total of 26 points. Execution still 20 though. So does that mean Execution will be our new first place team? I think there's a very high chance that's going to be the case. And when you're looking down below, Conquer Iraq only 5 points. And we knew that that was a really, really close gap between Conquer Iraq and Execution. So Execution not only overtaking Conquer Iraq in this game, also pretty much setting up a mini cushion, like a good head start that they're going to be comfortable for the following matches.
Even One Heart got kind of 6 points for themselves. iCurd were probably the biggest losers of that game. When I say losers, I don't mean literal losers. I mean
You said what you said. It's cool.
Oh my god. The team that lost the most from that game, because the teams around them, a good few of the teams around them, such as Clear Vision and W7 behind them. Even 77 Esports, by the way, don't want to deny them. They got themselves 10 points and they were behind iCurd as well. And then, of course, you know, Execution getting 20 points who were ahead of them. They realistically kind of suffered the most. Although CE Sports getting 0 is not a good start for them.
That's what I wanted to touch upon. CE Sport, the 0-pointer, not the best way to start off the day.
No.
I don't recall, what position were they in before this match?
They were in 3rd.
They were in 3rd place.
By 1 point. By 1 point.
Oh, I can't imagine the drop off. 8th position, from 3rd to 8th position, 1 0-pointer. And that's going to be definitely haunting them for the rest of the day, unfortunately. So, but yeah, Execution, our new first place team, overtaken Conquer Iraq and Clear Vision Esport, now the newcomers in our top 3, 76 points. Man, Clear Vision, they were looking like a consistent team yesterday, but a chicken dinner is really what they were aiming for, and they finally got it in the first match. Hopefully, the first of many to come.
I'm still not convinced by Execution.
It's weird,
Sorry,
right?
I'm not.
Same.
I'm not.
I have a
I'm
feeling.
not convinced by Execution. You know why, dude? Because you saw what happened to CE Sports. One bad result and they dropped down to 8th. There's only 32 points between CE Sports and Execution. The consistency has been impressive, but they have yet to win a game.
Okay, wait.
And that puts a question mark, a continued question mark, on Execution's ability to execute a top 3.
I do have to say, though, and I think that we've had so many good plays from a lot of these teams and players, right? I think we need to set our expectations correctly once again. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is the opening opportunity for all these teams and players to make it potentially as a semi-pro or pro player, right? And I think that as long as you showcase that you have a very strong baseline, I think that for me, that is enough for this level of play. PMCO, of course, are going to need a little bit more. PMPL, you're going to need a lot more to be able to perform in that kind of environment. I think Execution, for me, have proven themselves worthy to be a top 3 team in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Not for, like, you know, you're following PMNC and PMPL. That's going to require a lot of work. But as I said, for me, if you make it in this tournament and you prove to me that you have a strong baseline, that you have the potential to make these changes and to edit and iterate your playstyle to work in the future, I think that's good enough for me. And I think the Execution has proven that potential time and time and time again today, and of course in yesterday's matches.
I love that perspective, and I love the fact that we kind of see things sometimes in a different way. We kind of provide that side, and I definitely can fully understand and respect it. I just have a slightly different viewpoint and want
That's
the
okay.
best for the teams. Yeah, exactly.
And you're blocked on
That's
Twitter.
okay. Wow. Okay. Jesus.
He's done.
Yeah, it's great. I just know how close the overall standings are, and that's what if there was a 60-point difference, you know, between first and fourth, let's say, for example, and execution had that much of a difference, yes, I would way more be on your side of thinking. But because of how close it is, it's going to come down to that final game, that final point, that final finish. And execution are getting to the late game, but they're not winning games. They're not winning games at the moment.
They're doing a chaos right now, from what we saw in the first event, right, for Africa.
Yes.
If
And
we can see that conversion,
the second, even though the second last game, the second Chaos won that game, doesn't matter how much of a difference there was, I said, boom, that's it. They've
That's their
convinced
ticket.
me. And,
Yeah.
I have to try to, as much as possible, be consistent with my viewpoint. So that's why I'm still leaning on my thoughts with execution in that regard.
I definitely agree. I think it's a good point overall, right? The execution, I think the extra thing we want to see from them, that little bit of extra pizzazz, is going to be a chicken dinner. But as I said, I think the baseline is definitely present, and we've definitely seen a lot of really good stuff. Now we need something to make stand out a little bit more instead of just like making it to the late game consistently. Of course, if you guys do want to join up in the conversation, and maybe do you want to put your predictions out there, join us over on the Twitch chat,
Please do.
and you can put your prediction. Tell us which team you think will be securing this Miramar chicken dinner. I'm a true believer, Imperium, that despite the very, very rough start today for C Esport, I want to see a back-to-back chicken dinner on Miramar from them. They are the kings of Miramar yesterday. They expressed absolutely fantastic macro when it came to their rotation. Drop in Puerto Paraiso too. Not an easy drop spot to convert into a chicken dinner. They made it work out. So C Esport will be my prediction in this match. How about you?
Okay. I'm going to go for W7.
Okay.
Just cause they've already won the game, and they did a great job and nearly got themselves a chicken dinner in the first game of the day. They will feel quite comfortable in Miramar, in my opinion. Yeah, so it's gonna have to go for them. I am curious, by the way, when we kind of, you know, think back a little bit at the overall standings, have F35X taken away their opportunity and arguably kind of 9th and below, because there's definitely a decent jump now between CE Sports at 8th and F35X in 9th. It's a 15-point difference alone just between those two teams. Never mind what's required to make it into top 3, or do those teams down in the bottom 8 have enough games to jump back up.
The thing is that as the tournament goes on, you're really going to need that chicken dinner factor to get yourself back in the race. Not even in a top 3 contesting position. If you just want to be included in the race towards the end of today, as you said, F35X squad is a good team as an example. You're going to need, I would say, a top 3 performance, and then you could potentially reach top 3 by the end of the day. If you remain in this position and you don't get yourself a big banging game and you just remain consistent, consistency is not going to be enough for teams like 9th and below. You're going to need that big chicken dinner factor. If you don't get it, unfortunately, it seems like we already reduced the list by half of potential top 3 contenders here.
And especially when you recognize the fact that, give or take, there's always 3 to 4 teams in the top 5 or 6 of the overall standings that are in the top 3, top 4 of every single game. So that barrier becomes so much more difficult to jump over. You know, so you're right. It's not just one game. It needs to be kind of followed up just to get up close to the top 3, just to be able to peek over that wall and go, hi guys, can I join you guys in the top 3? And it's like, no, only if you can actually jump over the fence. You can look, but you need to be able to jump over, right? So yeah, I'm certainly in agreement with your viewpoint of the bottom 8.
Yeah, you can pass the first hurdle, but if you can't make the entire marathon, then it's not going to work out. I'm talking about marathons. Got to ask Imperium a few tips on that one. Yeah, it does fail. But you did a marathon, right? You did something.
I've done the running in the past.
You've done the running.
I've done the running. I've run a 10k here, 10k there. It's not bad. It's
I can't even run a 1k. I don't know. And I tried. I tried. I suck at running so bad, but I know. I'll try. No,
yeah, you have a rowing machine in your apartment, right?
True. I can row for quite some time though. That's pretty good. I do like that.
So,
You know what? If
I
had
might
some
win on land, but you kick my ass on water.
Yeah, but doesn't things... I mean, yeah, you know what? I'll take that. Thank you. Like, big copium, but I appreciate it. But if I had some monster energy, I'm sure, Imperium, I can maybe try and run a marathon. I think it'll work out. Or I can just ask DHL.
Challenge accepted?
I asked DHL, can I, jump in their bus where they take all the packages and just, like, take me to the finish line?
So, hack yourself up in a package.
That too.
Isn't that kind of not playing by the rules?
Do I look like someone who cares? I don't, okay? I just trust DHL's delivery service, okay? That I will be brought to the finish line.
Such a good turnaround. That's a great turnaround. Okay, that's expert shilling right there. Thank you very much, Max. Nice one, dude. Nice one. Proud of you, man.
You're absolutely welcome. Thank you. But otherwise, bringing the topic back to a more serious topic, because we're here for this tournament at the end of the day. We talked about, your F-35X squad teams that are going to be starting to potentially fall out of relevancy for this comeback situation. I would say a team that I would like to see perform still would be TC Gaming. I think that they showed some overall good understanding of how teams are going to be rotating around the map, etc. Some good macro in general. Just like a lot of other teams, I think they have a strong baseline, but I don't see them execute on those plays. I don't see them go for like a big decision making, like we have to push this location, we have to just send ourselves in that spot. I don't see it. They seem very idle at times, and I feel like that is something TC Gaming can work on, is just trying to take control of their fate almost in these games. And as of right now, it seems they're like letting it open to like, no, if the circle comes our way, maybe we get a game, but if it doesn't, then we're just gonna like stick things together. Maybe it'll work out, but I want to see some decisiveness from this team.
When it comes to succeeding in PUBG Mobile, you obviously have the fundamentals locked down around understanding the game, understanding pressure points, etc. And you can, as a team, recognize over time and over experience, it takes time, recognize when to rotate on a circle shift and when not to rotate. But you also got to be able to balance that with fluid motion. So when I say fluid motion, as in if you're constantly kind of like moving a little bit, even if it's in a position you have locked down, moving within it, you're more consistently warmed up, you're more consistently prepared. Whereas a team like TC, it feels to kind of echo what you said, it feels like they get into a position, they kind of stay there, don't really move, and they hope for the circle to go their way, and I think that's a mix of lack of experience and just a bit more time to understand those extra fundamentals that will really help them get into better positions and better control to succeed in the game. I don't think they're as close as, let's say, 721 Smart, for example. Even though I was quite critical of their rotation off that Western Hill, at least they look to move, right? Whereas TC arguably would not move at all at that point. That, as a bit of a comparison. But that's, I suppose, fundamentally why at the moment they're down in the bottom line. It's that they have the spark, they just don't have the full firework. I know I'm repeating it, but it's true. It's factually pretty true.
I mean, it is really true. I want to see that extra X factor and see if they can truly become a firework, or not a plastic plastic bag. I was trying to do a Katy Perry reference and I lost myself. I forgot the lyrics for a second, so I got there almost.
Baby, you're a firework.
Didn't have to sing it, but that was the one. That was the one I was trying to go for. No, you're fine. It's cool. Hey, go on. Good voice. I mean, you should definitely use it.
Had to go old school, like, had to bring it back a little bit.
Yeah. Also, I do have to say, we do have a little bit of a delay, unfortunately. Some of the players are struggling to join the lobby, it seems. So we're just kind of pulling at straws right now when it comes to content, right? We're just trying to pass on by, and hopefully this game is going to be starting very soon. Once again, we're going to be heading on to the second game of the day very, very shortly. Is going to be heading on over to Miramar. I'm going to reiterate my point. Prediction still onto C Esport. I want to see if they can get some stuff done. But now that I'm thinking back on that Miramar game, Conquer Iraq, if they do not lose that fight to C Esport, which C Esport, I do have to say once again, that was an amazing push, really taking full control of that Miramar game yesterday to make sure they get that chicken dinner. I can also play that high ground position. I think Conquer Iraq also get the win. So I think Conquer Iraq is also a heavy contender. And they need, I would say, a win right now because they are in a position where they could flip out of top 3.
Definitely. I'm bang on about Conquer. They could do with a win. Both teams, C Esports and Conquer, need to have kind of Miramar under wraps.
Exactly, and the wraps, we'll have to see how things are going to be panning out. With that said, I'm Tom. We're going to have a very quick tech break. So with that said, we'll be back in just a few for our first and last Miramar of the day.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them. That when you...
We're back once again. Thanks so much for waiting. Our game is going to be kicking off very, very shortly. Once again, it's going to be Miramar for the second game of the day for day 2 of the Snapdragon PMCO Open Finals here. We'll have to see how things are going to be panning out for these teams. Once again, the goal is to be in that contested top 3 position. See how things are going to be working out to make it to PMNC, and hopefully PMPL is going to be the end goal. Or we saw and know some players during interview Imperium say that their goal was already set on PMGC, which is a big goal.
You should always be, you know, aim high, right? Yeah, okay, be realistic on expectations, be realistic on you know, your potential within a shorter moment, within a shorter time span. But long-term goal, hey, you know, whether it's 1, 2, you know, 3 years, if your aim is to get to the highest level, there's nothing wrong with that. Vocalize that. You know, look to manifest it, right?
Yeah.
If you say it out loud, you're making yourself believe it more. Whereas if you keep it to yourself, you know, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, but you know, it's much easier, especially if you have a bad tournament, a bad situation. It's much easier to say, oh well, I'm never gonna make it to PMGC. Whereas if you say, yeah, I want to make it to PMGC, and you have a bad tournament, say, okay, that's a slip up. The end goal, the end game is still make it to PMGC.
There we go again, ready. I'm sure you guys were fed up of looking at our faces for so long, so no, we finally got some good old gameplay coming your way, some good old pogie mogie, as we like to say. But I mean, I think it's an interesting point you're bringing up too, because I don't think when you're looking at, for example, Nova, no, or your previous champions, or BTR in the past, I don't think they started playing PUBGM Mobile Esports like, yeah, we just want to, you know, make into PMPL, see how it goes. Like that, they clearly already had their goals set extremely, extremely high, and that's how most of the time it works out for all these teams. It worked out for Zeus, it worked out for Stalwart when they begun and came out of literally nowhere, and they just like instantly popped off because their drive was just so strong compared to the rest of the competition. So I love it, and I still can't wait. I still can't see it appearing where W7 Esports logo. I don't know if it's a typo or if it's like made to just trigger us, but championship instead of championship. I've seen it and I can't unsee it now. It's just there, looking at me, making fun of me, laughing at my face. I hate it. Championship.
So it's like when you say the word champagne, it's kind of like different to how it's spelled. So it's like maybe it's champagneship is what they actually mean for it to be pronounced.
Hey, if they win the game, we're just gonna say they are the champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's just fair, okay? It's just fair game. Though this playing path not going to be too fair, though. Full of the team's going to be from the eastern side of Junkyard right to Los Higos. And we know that some teams like to drop in El Pozo, La Cobreria, Montenuevo, Hacienda del Patron, San Martin. So a lot of teams might just have to stretch their drop to make it over to that location. So not going to be the most fun early game stage, but knowing it's Miramar, I'm not really expecting really too many issues, hopefully, even though I'm seeing above Graveyard. Two teams going to be mixing up is going to be 7-7 and Clear Vision, so just need to make sure they create enough space so they're not in trouble.
Okay, so some interesting drop paths as 14T seem to be getting close to Picado, which is Execution's home. Will that be a hot drop? It's looking that way. Wait, was I right in saying that we had a hot drop in Picado yesterday, or not? I forget.
I don't think we did. It was Execution that dropped there, and it was there was only one player there. There was a solo, and they got the elim.
Exactly.
It was a solo, and then Execution split to the west of Picado, and then they rotated west of Los Leones and played it that way, which I think was a really good game, but they're going to be having some company, but a little bit more than just one player this time. A little bit tougher competition. A 4v1, pretty easy. 4v4, it's gonna spend throw a span in the works for them for sure. It's going to be 14 team that love these early game fights, but unable to win them. Which maybe you still don't want to take it, but they're taking a lot of risk. I'm pretty sure that if 14 team lose on this one, they're going to miss out on an opportunity to make it like even in a good spot. Like I think top 3 is already out of the question, but even on the first page, I think will be tough for them to achieve.
Hunter pushing in. They have the teamwork. I gotta say that about them. But 77 armed without a player in the off angle gully. Whether or not he wants to try to really re-engage with his team is another thing. Don't know how much loot he has, but for the most part, this should be, in my opinion, an easy kind of trade for Pache, despite them losing 2 players, because, you know, you can see that 77X, their players aren't exactly healthy.
But he needs his teammate right now. You can't push that one staircase solo. And especially, the cool thing for them is that 7-7 do not have any meds right now. The amount of HP they have right now is what they're going to have to work with for this fight. Here, got himself. Bab gets you with that third-person perspective, taking a minimal risk in that fight. There's still another player currently on the roof, I believe. I think he's been just sneaking his way all over the place, making sure he doesn't get spotted out. I think he's just trying to play a game of chicken, just trying to survive as long as he can, but I think he got spotted out there, and he might just be eliminated, and yes, that's going to be the case. Yunes of 7-7 falls down to the, once again, shotgun, and instantly flushed by Pache. Off to a good start when it comes to eliminations. Pache, we said Imperium, we want to see a step up, and it's off to a good start.
I don't know what happened with Brute Force, to be honest, and whether there was some kind of issue with a couple of their players, but they seem to have lost their lives in the water. I don't know. All players within reason are responsible for their own connection. That's just something to make note of. But without full information, we just got to take it that they're down 2 players, and it's going to be a lot harder for them to get something out of this Miramar game, which is a little bit of a feels a bad man. Conqueror Rack still to the north of La Bandita. This phase 1 is absolutely fantastic for the most part. It's a little bit down the southeast, but still with the majority of the strong areas of Miramar in play. That's going to take pressure away from teams needing to go super center, super harsh on a phase on rotation, and just play things cool, calm, and collected in the hot desert of Miramar.
I would love to see some teams play that really good high ground position next to the warehouse southeast of Picado. I would love to see a team go for that spot. Execution could go there, 14 team could go there, even though it's going to be a little bit rough to leave that position, but ooh, a little bit of an extra bit of action happening here. It's going to be TC Gaming able to get himself one elimination, about to be confirmed on 968. And I said I want to see TC Gaming get himself a little bit of a step up, a little bit of a rise in this match, but they already lost Kaya and Shelby, so clear to say here, Imperium, the odds of a chicken dinner are already pretty much out of the window on a Miramar game.
Did I
so
say they lost Kaya?
Yeah.
No,
oh wait, Gueno's
Kaya's
alive.
still
What?
alive.
It looked like he was. Wait, what? It looked like he was. I swear, it looked like he was not alive.
No worries.
What?
Yeah, no worries. I was just like.
Is it just me? Did I imagine that?
I kind of low-key think you just imagined that, but it wasn't without.
Oh, wow.
You know, I'm sure it wouldn't have been without some kind of, you know, logic on your side.
I got glasses, man. You know what? My vision is not 10 out of 10. So let's just blame my glasses right now.
Gully's been caught out by the two remaining players of Pache. He does at least have a weapon, but like I said, caught out. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Quite literally, I might add. Possible to get a 1v2 towards him because the two players of Pache are quite separated. But it does look like Pache are trying to coordinate this engagement pretty well.
Pull the Marco. We need to see it. Do it, Gully.
Or you could pull out the Polo.
Or you could just not say what you just said and we'll be happy.
No, you're meant to say, or you could pull out the Marco Polo.
If I didn't want to. I don't want to do it. So what I like here is Hunter get himself a little bit of a high ground spot. They must know, like even when I play my games, I know there's always gonna be one player right in that exact ridge. Like that little space you have between the wall and
they have a nade?
The little cliffside. They used a lot of them earlier. I think they're out of nades. They just used a lot of them randomly, which if they held the nades, Hunter could get that nade from that position and he would be completely golden. So it'd be unfortunate they didn't hold on to any nades, but Gully is still I still don't know how Gully wins this, but there is a world. There is a dimension where he comes out on top.
There's also a dimension where I'm super fit, super thin, and super good looking.
We're in it.
We're
in that dimension. Look at that.
Oh, thanks, man. Icard still looting up to Macera. I want to see them rotate to Church compound. It's just to the east of Chumacera. It's center enough, and it's massive high ground. You could even spread out, like I said, one player across the road of that church area as a bit of an anchor point, preparing for phase 2. But the later they leave it to go there, the less information they're going to gather.
After the few early game engages we had, things that definitely slowed down to a halt. Except for Gully, they're still just surrounded by 2 enemies. Wonder how that's going to work out if it keeps on going any longer.
He technically has grinded to halt. He isn't moving.
But the main issue with this too is that the 2 players of Pache already their chicken dinner like doesn't. Oh, he's going for the push. Oh, he's getting for it. Get the information spotted out. Now going to try and spray him back down, just trying to force him out of that position. But on the rooftop behind him, he has yet to get shut down. He does make it behind the wall, and that is going to be it. Pache himself their 4th point elimination this game. That is going to be it for their team as they get eliminated.
When have you ever seen RuPaul's Drag Race?
Oh, what? Sorry, your voice cut. Sorry.
There's a program that's quite popular called RuPaul's Drag Race.
I have not.
No. Okay. There's a saying that one of the people says called "sashay away," and whenever I see the team name Pache, I always think Pache away. You know, as in sashay away. Just a random thought into the mind of Imperium as TC loses Shroud and 721S Hulk picks up an initial knock. This is good from 721S, although There's a little bit of a third party from one heart, so TC in a very heavy spot of bother to the west of Los Leones.
I wouldn't call it a little bit of a third party. This is very clearly a third party that was happening, but aimbot, no, with the M249, definitely not the best mid to long range weaponry, so he's just going to reposition, try and get potentially a better angle. Intrigued to see. They should start to move. I would say center is definitely where you want to be right now. One heart, still taking that fight as a 4v2 situation. They're going to go for the breach. Here we go. Taking some players down below. Kaya still trying his best to hold on to that small little ridge, but they're split. And I'm not sure they're aware of the one player down in the compound. So they're going to be sending currently 4 players in the direction of Kaya. But Test completely unseen to the naked eye of one heart. And you can see one heart Imperium just by how they're moving. They're a little bit unsure, uncertain of how to approach this because they just lack information. And when you lack information, especially on phase 2 circle, maybe it is not worth taking the fight.
Kai is always down for the count. Might be just now. Gets a couple of pre-fire shots. Nearly finds one knock. Not quite the double trouble. Boil and Brubble from one heart. Gets the job done against Kaya.
Okay, but there you go. They get themselves the first knock. I guess they must know another one of the players should be here of TC Gaming. Maybe just going to move around, scout a bit. Got to be careful you don't go and scout that one building down below solo. Otherwise, you could get knocked and instantly flushed. Then one heart might just lose the chance for the chicken dinner. So we'll see how things are going to pan out. Though, we still have this standoff happening in Picado Imperium between 14 team and Execution. Nothing's been happening there for quite a while.
Yeah, that's a bit
so
of
I'd like to check
bad,
in.
Man.
Oh, as we talk about it, there we go. Let's go check in. Michelle got knocked down, it seems, and the flush might just be around the corner. And Execution currently seeming to be in the lead with 1 knock and 1 elimination to their name. 14 team can't afford to lose anymore, but it's not off to an amazing start.
Arguably, both of these teams are really coming out with little from this Picado engagement. I'm slightly disappointed that Execution have been so late to really push on this. They've clearly proven themselves to be the stronger of the 2 teams. And with phase 2, by the way, did shift up towards the northwest. It makes it harder for Execution to comfortably move out from Picado because teams are more likely going to be sent around Picado because that northwestern shift eliminated a lot of that south side of the map high ground. Luckily for them though, phase 3 shifts heavily down the southeast. That will naturally force players and teams away from Picado and more towards a high ground slash even Los Leones, the edge of it. That western side is perfect to get to in this phase 3. Look at F-35X.
I'm looking at this game right now, Imperium. This circle in particular, this heavily reminds me of yesterday's Miramar game. Very, very similar location. It should normally shift a little bit more to the east if you want the exact circle to happen. But I'm looking at C Esport. Copy, paste, rotation to allow them to get the chicken dinner yesterday on that game. So it's looking really good for them. Intrigued to see how they're going to play on the outskirts of Los Leones. While Conquer Iraq, northern side of Los Leones, also going to get himself a few buildings under their control, I believe. And while one heart, no, don't really want to take that fight any further versus Test of TC Gaming, so they're also going to go to the outskirts of Los Leones, here a little bit more to the western side, and ICURD also going in a very similar direction. So it seems like a lot of teams want to play and bank around Los Leones, but there's a very heavy chance, Imperium, it could still have head north on the next shift. So don't put all of your eggs in one basket. You want to keep your options open in case the circle is not great.
Oh, shots from W7 towards Execution. This is what I did highlight around the generally negative lateness to Execution's disengagement away from Picado. By the way, they didn't even clean up the full team of 14T, which, look, I don't mind, but if you're going to do that, you probably should have left Picado earlier. And look, they get away, they get into a little bit of cover, but W7 have them surrounded, Max, and they were lucky not to suffer a knock.
I think they just left the fight at this point because they just lost so much time. They wanted to get the entire eliminations, but I think as time was ticking, they were like, yeah, we really want to go for this rotation.
Yeah.
To the, as I like to call it, the Nova warehouse, because Nova are like the kings of this location. They play it just so damn well.
Kings of Miramar.
Miramar, yeah, but this position in particular. I think I have very rarely seen a game where circles around here, where Nova's is in this exact spot, and they lose the game. Because you can flex from a really good position that's hard to breach to a high ground location that's got extra scouting done, and you can easily snipe and shoot down teams around you at a pretty decent distance too. So I like to see, but currently it is going to be W7 in that spot. Ooh, boy, taking a little bit of a risk there. Playing with fire or bullets. And he will be able to make it back inside and heal up.
Yeah, because that's the difficulty of going to this Nova warehouse. When you go there late and teams are already surrounded, and that was kind of what I highlighted as a bit of a risk, it is far less comfortable. They know that they have W7 to the south of them. They now know that there's the likes of the 721
wow.
Esports to the south of them, and it's going to be even more difficult for them to move away. They might be given a little bit of respite if they react super quickly, but you can see W7 already in the vehicles. Will look to shoot across the road. There's a little bit of a high ground dip on the northern edge of the circle. If they get there before execution, it is going to be very hard for execution.
I feel like I cursed one heart before even saying anything. I was going to say they're in a great spot if they rotate a little bit further north and then they instantly get shut down. I didn't even have time to say anything, Imperium, and it already happened. So a little bit unfortunate. Q10 though, nice little bit of a spray angle here. But everyone's going to be centering up on the outer buildings of Los Leones. A lot of teams north are going to be sending it. 721 is going to be one of those teams. There's also execution. W7 also going to send the player forward, but General gets picked up in the backside, so they're going to be down to 3. And now 721 opening up the floodgates with their bullets, going to try and clear as much as possible. They spot a few players of execution, but this fight's a little bit all over the place. Everyone's just in every nook and cranny of the map. I'm not sure how this fight's going to unfold, but 721, oh, they just lose 2 players to the drop of a hat. That's going to be W7, as you say, Imperium, third partying this sneaky fight and clearing so much space on the northern edge.
I'll tell you what, Execution are so lucky to still be alive as a full squad.
They got saved.
They got saved by W7, the team that were low-key hunting them down earlier on. Not out of the woods just yet, but at the end of the day, they're inside this circle. There's a couple of teams coming in from outside. Clear Vision making a very late rotation on the northern side. One angle that I would love to have seen a team rotate to would have been a wider rotation down to the south edge of the circle across the road from Los Leones' western edge side, because even though you technically would have a road to cross, it would be an area of the map that teams wouldn't expect a team to be, and it could have worked out quite effectively. Hasn't been the case so far as the blue zone is closing in.
I do have to say, Imperium, I am impressed with F35 again with their aim of playing center. They did it last game, really early rotation. They're doing it here. It was a little bit later, but they still did it here and are playing very, very central. I like that.
I agree.
Though this circle can be very unforgiving if it shifts heavily away from them. Like, if we have a hard shift south, F35 are going to struggle to make it through the team. So, potential's there. Going to be very depending on the circle and how it's going to go and how they're going to react to that circle. So, let's see and keep F35 in mind.
They have indeed been doing a pretty good job, and if I'm not mistaken, even in the Miramar game yesterday, they did have some pretty decent positioning, but failed to really execute it from you know, a clean, aggressive standpoint and a clean, engaging standpoint. Hopefully it might be fixed for this second Miramar game of the finals. Clear Vision, like I said, coming in from the north, have been able to pinch out the side of W7. Now I believe down to just one player will lead, and that's really going to put pressure on the top of the standings, right? W7 at the moment in 4th. Clear Vision in 2nd. Create a bit of a cushion in a good way, and that means the championship is going to be a lot more difficult for W7 to finish in.
Every time they die, we're just going to bring up the typo on the logo.
Of course, always.
I'm hoping it's not typo. I hope it's intentional, just to make us rage a little bit, though.
Honestly,
that's what angle from down.
I'd be way happier if it was.
Yeah, I'd be way happier too. If it's a typo, I'm like, well, redo it then. Down is going to be spotted out. Clear Vision using one of their players. Once again, they like doing their split, but maybe a little bit too overzealous this time around.
Oh,
Execution going to be having a lot of their players shut down. That's going to be 3 knocked, and Venom. Short doesn't have a K at the start of his name, but still going to be there to try and keep things alive. And also, they did have a roster change. They did have Abadi Boy, I believe is how you say it. It's going to be alive for the team. He did join the game for the first time with his roster, and they're going to be sending Clear Vision's player fast forward. A little bit of a tough spot to be in. The car instantly shut down. Execution are still in some way alive. How? What?
But what was that push from the Clear Vision player?
Oh, I don't ask. I have no idea.
Unless the rest of your team is over the other side of the region and ready to kind of take advantage of a distraction. That was just a massive misplay for me and a disconnection. It's not easy for Clear Vision, right? They're being peppered by skyrockets, by F-35X, by execution in their own right. Yeah, it's a challenge to say the least. Iker down on the south side of the circle across the road from Los Leones is absolutely perfect. Possibly a chicken dinner winning spot, I might add, with that.
Go that. Still F-35 need to think of how they're going to be approaching their eastern edge. Everyone's going to be sending it forward right now in Imperium. Pache in particular already in their cars, willing to just gain a little bit more terrain in the circle. Iker doing something similar. We'll see which teams can get himself in a good spot. But Imperium, Skyrocket, I got to say, they're a little bit of a split on the western side, get a little bit of a high ground position. Skyrocket have true potential to be a contender for this chicken dinner based on that position. I said it's high ground, it's a little bit lower ground actually, but there we go. Clear Vision, eventually, there's no way Execution survive for this long. Clear Vision, have to go for the push, but they might be doing the same mistake as earlier. As Foul, setting himself forward, going to be taking that 1v1 versus Venom. Venom on the corner, no nades, no utility to play with. And Venom here with the UMP, be careful, only 10 more bullets in the magazine, but that's all he needs. Venom stands strong, switches over to the other weapon, but that is not going to be working out. The AKM swap is not enough, and Execution will be shut down.
Still a little bit of deja vu from Clear Vision, and you know, yeah, it kind of worked out, but
that was one mistake. Let's do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
He can get the res though if he wants.
No,
he went out of the blue. Okay.
That didn't happen. I like your optimism, but nah. TC Gaming go down. We are left with 9 teams. 24 players. A circle centers up, and boy oh boy, out of the remaining 24 players, 2 of them are in the circle. Just 2 players in the circle. That leaves 22 players vying for the edge of the circle, and it's quite flat. There's very little to play with.
Let's not sleep on Iker at Esports Imperium though.
No. Oh well,
they are
mentioned
in
them on the south side.
Yeah, exactly. But like now in 7th position, I mean in the rankings, they are a very clear contender for that top 3. If they get themselves a chicken dinner right here, right now, chances are they're going to be a new top 3 team right after the second game today, which would be an amazing storyline to follow suit. So F-35X squad, they are now in the position where they know they need to move. They need to try and just build a little bit more space for themselves in the circle. Conqueror, Iraq, absolutely battered one by one. Get picked up, Hunter! Oh my, the third party from Iker is present. Conqueror Iraq will be able to barely hold on to their lives, but not for long. Conqueror needed a game, but they might just fall out of this top 3 position after this game. Well, F-35 pushing into the circle in a good spot as 4 players and gunning down all the teams around them.
Brute Force down to 1 player for you on his own while Clear Vision go down. Pre-fired shots just trying to slow teams down around him. Like I said, he's one of 2 players that was inside the circle, but F-35X, they made it in. They may be huddled together. They may not be the most confident in terms of where they are, like I said, being peppered. But now after taking down Brute Force, they can be a lot more comfortable on the northern side of the circle.
They respect Brute Force, 1 elimination, 7th place, despite losing players very, very early on in the match. At least he was able to get a few extra points on board for them. Iker, now you really got to make a big decision, Iker. You need to clear the southern edge. If you start pushing now outside of the south, you're going to get third party every single moment you push into the circle. So Iker, you need to start taking action right now. The clock is ticking. The blue zone right on your heels. What is going to be your move? To spot a few players on the side. Not going to be easy. I would definitely have to say 1 heart seems like a major issue they have to deal with right now.
Iker Riley. Still a full squad from Iker, and you're right to say not to sleep on them. It highlighted their position in a previous phase. They've dealt with it extremely well. And
oh no.
Oh no. The revive should be able to be pulled out. The most important part is that the vehicle is now officially blown up, so it's clear hard cover for them. Clover, though, sending the passion wagon in there as well is quite risky, because if that passion wagon gets blown up, it could have been more than 1 player down for the side of iCard.
I'm getting so scared when I see them so close to a car that's about to explode. Please, just build a little bit of space. It's not that complicated. Oh my god. Iker would just give me a heart attack almost there.
F35X Max.
They've been doing some great rotations, like
Dude.
playing central. This circle is a little bit lucky. If it went south, I think that they would have really struggled to get into that position. But the fact it goes south, and they're the only team up there. That's the most important part. They are the only team in that position, and they have a great bridge to play this in circle. I have no idea, Imperium. Truly, I have no idea how this circle cannot go the way of F35.
I am hoping, with all due respect to Skyrockets and C Esports, that both of those solos get eliminated as quickly as possible, in the sense of I'd love to see it clear 4v4 fight.
I mean, I think no one's going to move with F35 in such a spot. They're like, you peek, you're dead. Pretty much. Hilal's going to try and go for the heal strat a little bit outside in the blue, maybe able to get extra placement points. He's got 2 extra first aids, so it could actually work out if a team gets eliminated first. Clover spotted out, going to try his best to take an uphill battle, but gets eliminated, and that's it for iCurd. And the heal strat worked out for Skyrocket as they secure a top 3 finish. Great little bit of a clutch there from Hilal. But same play coming out from C Esports. They know they cannot win this game, Imperium. Skyrocket going to be losing Hilal. C Esports securing himself a 2nd place, and F35 Imperium getting their 2nd chicken dinner right here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Job done, executed cleanly. The chicken dinner in the bank, and F35X came into this game in 9th place in the rankings, and we kind of asked, you know, were they out of the running? Is that mountain too hard to climb? Well, those eliminations, those 15 extra placement points, does put them back in the running, but it's not over just yet. We highlighted it before the start of this game. It puts you within the running of the top 3. You have to follow suit, F35X. Build a little bit of stability around your performances by following up with a 7 to 12 point game in the next game.
I want to see double digits again for F35, but it seemed like the changes we've been seeing today, which is, going central pretty early, is working really, really well in this type of environment for the Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm loving it. I'm loving this change that we saw, right, from F35. I mean, their game yesterday was down to a clutch, and we said it, there was one major issue. Outside of that one chicken dinner, the rest of their games have not been looking fantastic. They needed to find a little bit of consistency, which I have the impression today they have found throughout these central rotations. Been working great so far for F35. So I do wonder, Imperium, can they keep this pace up to potentially find closure and maybe reach top 3 by the end of today?
They're staking a claim for that, right? They really are. It's up to them now, right? We can talk about the positives. We can highlight how excellently they performed in this chicken dinner winning game. Outside of that final circle look, not a bad thing. Sometimes you're gonna get it, sometimes you're not. They still deserve that win, but you have to follow suit. It's now up to them to tell us that they can make it into the top 3.
Exactly. We'll see, of course, if they can make it in that top 3 to make it over to their regional PMNC. With that said, we've got a very short break. We'll be back after that one to get ready for our next Erangel game. Yeah.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
design. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlight.
F35, more like FF20 after a game like that, because you do not want to play against that. You just want to surrender yourself to the blue zone after a dominant performance like that. F35, their second chicken dinner so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series, looking absolute dominant, Imperium, but as you keep on saying, we need to see the follow-up. We need to see more for them to hope to make it in that top 3, and especially remain in the top 3 after these 5 games today.
I kind of wish Calaris was kind of part of the broadcast commentary for this, you know, 3 of us obviously, because there's a wrestler called Brock Lesnar, and his finishing move is the F5, and he would definitely be with me in turning F35 into kind of F5 puns, because that performance was an F5 level performance, right? Finished all the other teams off in beautiful fashion, got the 1-2-3 pin and a win. See that, you know, but you wouldn't get it. You're not a wrestling fan, but Calaris,
I don't get it.
He'd get it. He'd appreciate it.
Oh, you want to replace me with
No,
Calaris?
no, I said
I get it.
the
It's
3
fine.
of us.
That's what...
specific because I knew if I mentioned it, you'd be like, oh, you want to replace me with Clark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Great.
Let's
great
get to
game
the
by
match
F35.
rankings. I don't want to see your face anymore. I can't see you anymore, Imperium. Let's just match rankings, okay? I'm done with you. Let's see exactly how many points we've taken home. 20-5 on the game for F35X Squad. A great performance, but iCurd also, as you said before this game, they were in, I believe, 7th position. So this is once again going to put them just so close to that top 3 position. How close exactly, we'll have to see afterwards when we go towards the match rankings. But man, Skyrocket Esports, a team that has been, I would say, silent throughout the entire event so far. We've finally seen some signs of life from Skyrocket Esports, but it might just be a little bit too late, unfortunately.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it's probably too late. For me, the main focus is on the likes of iCurd, CE Sports, One Heart, Execution, Clear Vision, all getting kind of very similar points. Conquer Rack, not bad, but still only 6. So it's kind of like it's just gonna bunch all the teams up once again. It's so close. On a side note, just one thing to at least make note of coming into the remaining 3 games is that the average chicken dinner result has been as I do my quick calculation because I was meant to, has been basically 27 points per game. That's been the average chicken dinner result. So just to make note of that coming into the final 3 games and how much of a difference it can make for the teams outside the top 3.
Execution, though, still holding on to that first position currently, still without a single chicken dinner, which is even more impressive as the day keeps on going, as the games keeps on coming. But Clear Vision Esport able to push himself in second earlier, while Conqueror Iraq, they're still, holding on to that top 3 position.
Yeah.
But look at that, who's knocking on their door? It's iCurd Esport with 72 points, just 6 points behind, and that is also Imperium without a chicken dinner to their name. So iCurd, if they can convert a chicken dinner eventually, I would say that would be the stepping stone they need to be in that top 3 position to hopefully make it to PMNC.
On a side note, F35X Squad, one thing that we didn't really make note of, and I should have, my apologies, they're the first team to get 2 chicken dinners in these finals. But the volatility is there. Because with those 2 chicken dinners, they've got 35 placement points. And I think you might have made light of this already.
You can make it again.
Now 30 of those 35 placement points have simply come from those chicken dinner. And it's not like they have a super high amount of elimination points. 29 is decent. It's above average, but it's not like, obviously 38, 39, 40 that we're seeing from the top 4. So F35X Squad, clearly their issue is volatility. That's why they need to follow it up. They've put themselves in the run that we correctly predicted, but they're still a good 20 points or so, 24 points behind the top 3.
And then look at that. After that, you got 77 Esport with 59 points, and boom, 20-point drop-off between 77 and TC Gaming.
Yeah.
I would say right now, at this day of the tournament,
Top 9.
TC Gaming and below, done.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
GG, out of the race. Now just playing for prize pool increase, which, they can be a little bit significant if you're able to jump, 2, 3, 4, 5, if you're lucky, places.
I agree.
Until the end of the day, that can be significant, so I think that should be the objective. But otherwise, yeah, top 9. Top 9 teams currently are going to be the teams to watch to make it in that top 3 position. And as the day goes on, as the matches keep flowing, we're going to have to cut those numbers down to even smaller and smaller ones, because 77 Esport, they're looking in a position where they can contest right now. After the next game, I would have to say that might not be the case anymore. Even F35X Squad, even One Heart and CE Esport, and even a lot of teams actually could be in a really bad spot depending on how this next game goes. So
I tell
yeah,
you what,
you've got to be careful. 3 matches left. You can't allow any bad results to impact you in such a pivotal moment.
I tell you what, though, one thing that I have observed with this overall standings, Max, is CE Sports and the disparity between placements and eliminations. 42 placement points with 1 chicken dinner. Really isn't too bad across 7 games. Well, I think that's about 6.6 placement points per game. Definitely healthy. But only 24 eliminations.
Yeah.
6 behind One Heart, 5 behind W7, even more behind the top 4. And the reason why I say is because that disparity in elimination points between the top 4 and then the teams below is, if it continues, is realistically, in my opinion, going to hurt those teams outside of the top 4 come the end of the final game. So yeah, it's definitely CE Sports for me need to get hunger or need to get more aggressive, need to get more controlling inside these circles, because you look at execution, I'm harsh, I'm critical on the fact that they haven't got a chicken dinner, and I'll continue to be. But man, the amount of elimination points, they're at least extracting as much as possible from the game that they know how to, right? We just get aggressive, get eliminations, and if we get to the late game, we get to the late game.
The thing is also looking at, I think it's a really interesting point you brought up for CE Sport and the disparity between placement points and eliminations, is that if they did have those extra eliminations, we would need to have that, close to 50-50 split. They would be in top 3 currently. That is how important that split is. That is how important it truly is. So CE Sport, sure, we proved it already yesterday. You proved in this game once again, securing the 2nd place. Your macro is on point. Your strong baseline is there when it comes to making it in the Snapdragon Pro Series. You need that extra X factor, that little extra bit of oomph to make it even further. And right now for them is being able to capitalize on strong positions to get elimination. Something that has been, it wasn't lacking for them on that Miramar of yesterday, but other than that, even when they get good positions, they seem a little bit passive at times. So I want to see those extra eliminations coming in, and if so, that might be the extra factor that helps them reach the PMNC.
And of course, we do need to factor in the fact that you have the tiebreaker rules in play, and instantly that does put the winners of the Miramar game in a little bit of an advantageous position, because the first tiebreaker rule is chicken dinners. The second tiebreaker rule is placement points. So both F35X and CE Sports, despite what we've pointed out, despite the fact that they're outside of the top 3, if they do get in the top 3, and even though they're equal points, they are in a much better position to win the tiebreaker rule. You don't want to do that. You always want to have, like I said, that cushion, that clear-cut difference, that little bit of comfort. But that will hopefully, within reason, make them feel slightly more relaxed at where they lie between chicken dinners and placement points.
I think it's safe to say that, in case you guys have been also watching PMGC at home, that you want to avoid being the reject of this lobby. Reject losing the tiebreaker. That really can come into play in even the biggest tournaments to train to kill. It really does.
It does.
Chicken dinners going to be pretty important. If not, it's going to be down to then those placement points and eliminations. So that's going to be the order. So those chicken dinners can be impactful if it gets too close towards the end.
Am I right in saying there was placement points that was the difference between the two teams in Group Yellow, right? They both had
the same chicken dinners, yes.
Yeah. So it was, I think, Train Ticket had like 111 placement points, and Reject had, I think, 92, so without off the top of my head. But yeah, you're right. Great example of that tiebreaker rule.
Thank you very much. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening on the side. I do see that the game is slowly but surely going to be starting up right now. So, and you haven't maybe a little bit too much of our face on screen. But you know what? Thank you so much for sticking around. We do really appreciate it. And also, if you do want to join a little bit of a game over in the Twitch chat, you can join some predictions and tell us which team you think will be securing the next following chicken dinner. Don't forget, it's going to be back on a wrangle. I have still some hope. I want to see W7 get himself a chicken dinner, because I think they're a little bit on a slippery slope as of recently. 67 points currently. They're just, what is that going to be? 11 points behind Conquer Iraq, which are serving as the entry point into top 3. I think W7 can make it happen. They've been a little bit silent at the start of today, but I have to say, Imperium, that W7 is the team for me to look out for this match.
Ironically enough, unless you were saying it because they have been on your mind so far today, guess who won the Sandhawk map yesterday?
I forgot.
W7.
W7. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, of course that makes sense you would ask that.
Yeah. So W7, as far as I know anyway, let me just go back to double check. Yeah, W7 got the chicken dinner in Sandhawk yesterday. So yeah, that was absolutely fantastic from W7. So I'm not surprised that you highlight them, and they definitely are looking to be top contenders in this Sandhawk game. They need the result based on what you've highlighted. That has been just a very slightly slippery slope from the start of the day, but in 5th they're still okay. They still have a tiebreaker rule ahead of iCard for the time being if they both end on equal points. Yeah, it's a tough battle. I love the fact that we're kind of agreeing that as of right now, it's as of right now, because with 3 games to go, it can evolve, because we technically low-key count it at F35X squad, and they just won the previous game, so they are re-included. But I do like the fact that we're drawing a bit of a line under the teams that are at the moment in the running for the top 3. It's a little bit more clear-cut. 77X, or sorry, 77 Esports and above, those are the teams that we're primarily going to be putting a bit more weight on to get a good result in this next game.
I would have to say, though, Imperium, that I think that every team from 9th and above, which are still in the race to some extent, have shown some really good moments of potential. I think it's a very important thing that we have to bring up, is that every single team that still has the possibility of making it top 3 at some point in time throughout yesterday and the 2 matches of today have been able to show us a little bit of what they are capable of. So we'll see, of course, if they can try and follow up. But you know what? While we're waiting, we do have a little bit of a rehost, so we're just going to stay on this scene for now while we try and get the game started once again. Question for you, Imperium, right now. After these 7 matches we played throughout yesterday and today, and we know that they're going to make it into PMNC, which team do you think have the potential to maybe perform well into PMNC? Of course, PMNC, we don't know exactly how the rosters and lobby is going to work out, but which team do you think has a little bit of an extra factor, like a little bit of an X factor, where they could maybe do well in PMNC?
Conquer Iraq, Clear Vision, and C Esports.
No follow-up. That's it. This is just...
Well, so the reason why is because, to me, they have slightly cleaner fundamentals and slightly more consistent execution on macro plays. As well as that, they seem to be able to follow up with some good micro. Not saying that the other teams don't, but just as a package to lead into PMNC, I feel like those 3, you know, at the moment have it. Now, whether or not, you know, they make it to the top 3 in this, you know, will be what it will be, and the 3 teams that do make it in have proven themselves to get to PMNC. But as of right now, to answer your question, yeah, those 3 teams for me are the kind of package teams ready for PMNC. What about yourself?
Happy you asked. I think that currently, with what we've witnessed so far, I would have to say I got 3 teams in mind, and I think you're going to judge me a little bit for saying these 3. It would have to be Execution, Clear Vision, Conquer Iraq, because they're 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place respectively. I think it's a little bit of a cop-out on side, do you feel like? But Execution, when it comes to consistency, I think that they've shown that they can make some really good plays, and I think
they haven't won a game. Max.
Yeah, they haven't won a game. Yeah, they haven't won a game, but I think that they've shown that strong baseline, and I think that between now and PMNC, this is a team that can work on those little issues to fix them, improve upon that, and after they already built their strong foundation, which I think they have to some extent, it will work pretty well. Clear Vision, I just love their splits. I think that they have really good understanding of how to control late game circles. So I think that that is something that sets them apart from a majority of the teams here. And Conquer Iraq, I think that something to reiterate what you said is just like the clean execution of the game plan is something that I feel also puts them in a really, really good standing in this tournament right now. And of course, hopefully PMNC if they do make it, but it is not sure for that to happen. We're going to hope to see some good performances happening from Conquer Iraq and all the teams still in a race for that top 3 as we head into game number 3 over on the grassy pastures.
Also made a slip up when I was talking about the chicken dinner winner of this game from day 1. I mentioned it was Sandhawk. It was my bad. It's a wrangle, but point still stood. W7 won the 3rd game. Yesterday it was in a wrangle. Can they follow suit? Playing path is over on that eastern side. That, by the way, that graphic is from the previous game. So don't worry about it. It's just a little bit of a small glitch in terms of the API. They'll look to get that sorted in due time. But yeah, it's going to be a bit challenging for the teams that like to land on that western side of the map. But once again, for execution, Seal Esports, it's good as they look to land in Military Island.
Exactly. Millie Island, of course, going to be the main play. Oh, seems like Brute Force. Ropo's going to be also sticking around that position, so not sure what's happening apparently with Brute Force, but seems like they might be having some little things they need to work on because that split is not going to work out. Literally the biggest split I think I've ever seen from a team. But Circle pops. It could go to Sunlufka Island. We are seeing right now Imperium. There is that possibility, but going to need quite a few hard shifts to happen in a row, but we tend to see those every once in a while. And yeah, other than that, seemed like not really too much of an issue.
I kind of want to be a little bit presumptuous about Brute Force.
Okay.
Possible hot take. I think their players are... Some of their players are getting a little bit throwy. And a little bit...
Is that a word?
Well, I'm trying to say it in the least volatile / kind of toxic way, but also highlight a point that I think a couple of their players are taking the P in terms of not actually wanting to play the game, but also not wanting to maybe be excluded from the prize money in that regard by you know, only playing as a 1 or 2 man team. So yeah, just to kind of highlight that as I heard get a pistol with.
Hey, still he gets knocked, but that was sick. He just literally jumped over the buggy. I wrote that was for the replay package. I'm just saying. I want to see that again if we can. But yeah, Riley's going to be confirmed by the handgun of Down. Unfortunate start for them. As teams already starting to get their rotations. I believe we got a few teams that have been stretching their rotation. Let me take a quick look-sees. Yeah, W7 going to be going for Everest location, so they're going to be potentially trying to stretch it over to George Bowl, I believe. While we are seeing Clear Vision and also a player from Brute Force. They're going to be trying to make that cross next to Cube.
I'm curious on do you agree with me that there's a couple of players from Brute Force that are not being the most professional?
I will tell you, I feel like there are some things going on, but
yeah.
What is going on that I cannot say, and I do not want to speculate because I do not have the information. We do not know what's going on.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to be super cautious, but I also wanted to slightly mention it because it to me, when I see something that looks so blatantly poor, I can't help but low-key touch upon it because we're talking about a tournament that we're looking for teams, and we expect all of these teams to give it their all to the point of being not only PMNC ready, but possibly PMPL ready. And when we see the complete opposite in terms of, you know, what looks like actions that are, again, that look integrally unprofessional that you would never see in PMPL lobbies, that's where it kind of becomes a little bit unprofessional. But either way, we'll move on from it. Phase 1 popped up, Max, and it definitely touches quite heavily upon Military Island. So Execution and C Esports, do they stay in the island and wait for Phase 2 to pop up? Do they try to rotate early across the bridge? You know, how do they play this early game? Because it's very, very difficult. Leaving it too late and then Phase 2 moves heavily up north. That's going to take away so much of the mainland away from any potential control.
Well, the thing is, we know as a fact, and hopefully the teams know this too, that there's only going to be CE Sport and also Execution on the island. Like, there's a player of Brute Force there, but I think it's something that was not really expected, so let's just forget about that player for a second. There's only 2 teams in that location. They know the eastern side, that's CE Sports, western side, that is Execution spot. I would say just go to the bridge and start gatekeeping it, or at least trying to set up an initial gatekeep, and if the circle comes to your advantage, you can gatekeep it, and if unlucky enough for them, the circle goes back to the mainland, you're already in a position where you can speed up your rotation and instantly cross. Like, the moment you see the circle shift, boom, make the cross happen, you're on the other side, you can start playing the mainland. I think that's what we can expect from the teams, but because Phase 1 circle has Sunlufka Island in play, you can allow yourself to go for a very slow loot phase, like, which is what they're doing. Execution still looting up to some extent, starting to move a little bit further towards the western bridge, but C Esports still very deep in their looting stage. So I feel like, slow it down. No teams, I think, are going to take the gamble.
Okay.
On a circle like this, Imperium, do you think a team would go from the mainland and already go to Sunlufka? I don't think so. So I think
It's true.
you can take it slow. There you go. That was a bit of a wraparound point, but I hope I got my point across.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. But by one of these teams sending maybe a player across the bridge into the mainland as a little bit of an anchor play, even though there's a technical potential risk of that player maybe being pushed by a full squad in the end of phase 1, start of phase 2, right? I think that could be a great pre-circle shift setup for that team. Just remains to be seen. You're right though, I agree with you. Play it slow, wait it out, see what comes next.
Exactly. See how things are going to work out. Potato Hill held down by Conqueror Iraq, which in this type of circle, you can somewhat maybe predict a mainland circle shift. So I think that you're just in a central position when it comes to the mainland. I'm pretty stoked when it comes to that. Enjoying it. And a massive 2-2 split coming out from 7-7 also. So far, in terms of position, teams are very spread apart around the battlegrounds. So I'm not really expecting too much to happen, but W7 is getting pretty close to Pachinki. Could be an issue there, and one of the 2-2 split of 7-7 is going to be pushed out by TC Gaming, so nice. At least they're respectful to the point where they know the team's close, in the car, regroup. Not every team would do it, but they are, so that's good.
Without looking at the map feed, oh damn you cameraman, but thank you also at the same time. Who else to be in the center of the circle in phase 1 but F35 X squad? And honestly, it's a great position to be in. I always compliment the team that goes to the coastline of the mainland in this kind of circle, because if we see a phase 2 heavily down south, you can cut across directly onto the military island from that mainland coastline. If it goes up north, or it still hovers around the you know, will it be or won't it be military island, that you know, that central mainland coastline position is still just as beneficial. So F35X squad proving their macro ability off the back of a beautiful chicken dinner in Miramar. It's what I like to see.
And just to extend on your point, there's Galata Tower now there, right? Sure, it's not something on like the base.
See, by the way, that's why I left it out, because I know you love.
You're not going to talk about it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, dude. Of course, of course.
I find it's a really cool piece of architecture.
So do I.
It looks really cool. It gives you information that the normal angle wouldn't have normally.
Exactly.
I still want to see like the lift, the skiing lift being used on like a Stolba finish.
Dude.
I still dream of it.
Dude.
I bring it up every
Circle,
game.
Yeah, I know. I was just going to say, why are you bringing up in a circle that in no way involves?
Because I find the potential so cool, Imperium. Okay, don't break my dreams or see the circle. Okay, this is pretty much what I was expecting to see. Yeah. Mainland circle, high up north, relatively central. So Conqueror, really don't have to move an inch. Just make sure. The main issue with Potato Hill Imperium, and I think we are in agreement with this. I think we mentioned this many times in previous casts.
Many times.
It is a bit too big. Even as a four-man team, it is a little bit too big to hold on to. So put your scouting on point, but if a team gets a little bit close, or you leave and just hold on to one side, or you fully commit to the side you're getting breached upon and defend that spot. Got
Couldn't
two
have said it
options.
better myself.
Just be careful.
Yeah. Much like it echoes what we talk about with Everest at the end of the day. Now, it seems like 14T are heading up towards that western edge of Potato Hill from Pachinki. Are going to be a little bit late inside phase 1. Brute Force players starting to go down, which I don't really want to talk about, but it came up on the elimination feed on One Heart, just harding themselves up towards the roadside down the south of Potato Hill. I don't like this position this early in the game, by the way. This roadside that is definitely high ground is difficult to control in the early game, and often leaves teams losing one or two players, in my opinion and from my experience. But I can appreciate the One Heart getting there somewhat early in phase 2, and they're one of the better teams that gives me a tiny bit more confidence in dealing with it.
14 team really love their fights though. I don't know what's going on with them, but they're out for blood today. And at this point, they got nothing to lose, right? They got absolutely nothing to lose. Just go for the fights, get a few extra places up in your leaderboards, and you might just get a little bit of extra prize pool coming your way. So, gotta respect it. Though I'm not sure,
of course,
if Boran is a big fan of Boran from Dennisbank Wildcats. Maybe there's a little bit of inspiration there. He's a good player, to be honest. I would call myself Boran if I could too.
You know what I call myself if I could?
Tell me.
Maxman.
That's a really bad name. That's a really bad
Maxman
name.
29.
20. Nah, you can't. So you're telling me there is a potential existence of someone called Maxman1?
Always.
Wow.
There's always the potential.
Maxman1. I'd love to meet him.
Gee, you should change your name to Maxman 69.
Hey. No.
Okay,
I will not
fair
do that. I will not do that.
Cool.
Don't. You're asking for too much. You stop that right now.
Execution. See, I was trying to like smoothly just move away.
I was trying to move away too.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. Cool.
You bring up some weird points, and I'm not gonna lie, Imperium. Just like,
I know,
I
know.
How do we move on from this? You
Well,
put
we
us in
just
a
move
rut,
on.
Imperium. What's going on?
We just move on because Execution moved on into great position southwest of Pachiki Hill, and that spread is quite healthy. Now, KOK Boy is traversing quite heavily north, very late into the circle, like very late into the circle, but is getting away with it for the time being because F-35. Okay, is he actually going to get away with it? But he's taking a big risk, at least what I see on the map feed as Phase 3 is about to pop up and it does shift over to the northwest. Max, I don't want to jinx it. I don't
Say
want
it.
to jinx it, but
I know what
do
you want to say.
have
Say it.
I have to say it. Are we looking at a Pachinki finish?
We could. I think there's a big chance it's going to be a Pachinko field finish where we're seeing 14 team currently bank on. I think there's a big chance that's going to be happening. Conqueror Iraq, where do you go from now on? Do you commit back onto Potato Hill? Do you try and potentially get downhill ASAP? Because all the teams southeast.
No,
here,
stay here.
There's
Stay
a
here,
mad
man.
rush.
To me, stay here. Let all the other teams play desperately. And to me, Phase 3 is still early enough in the game that you're not going to get punished from the high ground, in my opinion.
At least they're avoiding the mad rush happening. That all the
Exactly.
Teams... Wait, is everyone sending it into Pachinki?
It seems like a lot of people are sending into Pachinki.
Hello? You guys are sending it to
no.
Pachinki? That's a bit of a risky play from team. If it does not end up being in Pachinki, you're going to struggle to get out of Pachinki. That's a risky
Okay,
one.
so execution on the very eastern edge of Pachinki is okay. 968 on the very northwest edge of Pachinki, okay. F-35X, just about okay in between the two teams I just mentioned. But Esports, probably in the worst spot of the 4 teams we mentioned on the very southern edge. I say that because you're not actually getting that much information on the northern side of Pachinki, and it's a bit of a heavier pinch than the locations I mentioned.
I think I've never seen this many teams just race into Pachinki. It's such a weird sight to behold.
It's wild.
So interesting, but even TC Gaming, they're like trying to move in. They're like, oh, there's still a lot of teams inside Pachinki, and you definitely do not want to go in central Pachinki. Like, that's too much of a commitment. We're not even seeing any teams go center Pachinki. They know that would be a pretty major mistake. Those 77 going to be taking the fight versus W7. 777 is the jackpot, but so far no team is really coming out the winner of this fight. It's a little bit of a standoff currently on the northern side, but whichever team is able to win this spot, which it feels like 7-7 wins this, W7 don't want anything to do with this. Back to the compound they go. They're looking pretty good overall, but man, Fale has been just a pain. A thorn in the side of 77. He's just trying to make sure they cannot hold on to this spot and they have to move, because if you stay there, chances are you will get knocked by that many 14.
It's such a bad spot for 7 to be in, and maybe that's part of why they're down in 9th place, right? You know, I'm not saying they're a bad team, but possibly
You got to throw shade.
No,
Oh, wow.
just possibly not the
You
right
see this?
decisions.
You see this? This is why they're so low on the rankings. Wow, we're going over there.
How can I defend myself?
You chose
man?
violence today,
It sounds
Impero. I
so
don't know.
bad, dude. No, like what I mean. Jesus, why you gotta be like that, bro? But the point is, I know they do get away with it, and they do get into a safer position. My point was that it's not that they're a bad team, but you know, and it's okay if you make a decision and you kind of commit to it. It just seems that for the most part they maybe made more wrong decisions than right decisions, which is just a bit of a feels bad, man. The northeastern shift does correctly mention what you said in a big way. Pachinki feels finish are looking far more likely.
Definitely a big chance. The thing is, I do like what Skyrocket have been doing. I think that they expected Conqueror, or at least one team, to be on Potato Hill. So the setup is that Skyrocket want to gatekeep teams leaving Potato Hill, and that could end up becoming quite a few eliminations if they do play it correctly. So Skyrocket, once again, very similar to last game, in a good position that has a lot of potential. It's all going to be dependent on what their next move, the next step in this game is actually going to be. As Clear Vision, once again, this is a massive split we're seeing from Clear Vision. I don't know if you would agree, Imperium. I would almost say a little bit overconfident. Like, they're in a headshot hills right now. They got this massive 2-1-1 split, while they're very close to W7 in a compound. I found it a little bit risky. I'm not going to lie, just a tidbit risky. But for now, at least, no one's got knocked, so they're getting away with it.
Well, they were very much outside the circle in the Miramar, getting to the point of actually being in the blue and within the first 4 circles, but they still turned it around and moved when they needed to into good position. Erangel at times can be a little bit more difficult, especially when we're looking at this kind of circle, but, you know, making an observation, I have a little bit more confidence in Clear Vision, especially because, you know, it's one thing to say, yeah, that they're kind of PMNC ready at the moment, but then to not have confidence with them. However, I respect your observation on, you know, that spread possibly being a little bit too much coming in around the headshot hills. Phase 4 blue zone starting to close in. 77, by the way, went for full send into the center of the circle. There's like 1 or 2 small buildings just in the center outside of Pachinki Fields. And they lost a couple of players. They're down to 2, but they have made it into the center. So they shouldn't have to move for at least the next 2 circle ships.
Time to breach for Clear Vision. They want a piece of this compound. They want a piece of W7. Things initiated. Nice little spray down. That's going to be Daum able to initiate with the first knockdown and flush of this fight. Currently turned into a 4v3 situation. The main issue, Imperium, W7 are pretty split in their very own compound. And that's something that Clear Vision wants to abuse as much as they possibly can. I believe even 2 players are shut down. I think W7 are down to 2 currently.
Does seem to be the case as far as I know. I'm with you on that one.
There's a player here.
This is why you have a little bit more confidence with Clear Vision, right? Because the time that they move and the time that they strike seems to work out 9 times out of 10, and that was a great initial engagement. Have opened up the door, and indeed W7 down to duo.
Yeah, Walid in general. We saw what Walid's been able to do in the past, but that's a great opening nade. Going to force him to go for his final first aid kit. That's all he's going to have to work with in that fight, and the circle, chances are, is not going to come their way, and it goes almost to the complete opposite of the fight of Clear Vision versus W7, so now the time is of the essence for these 2 teams. Though, 14 team, if they do a sneaky little regroup, they could be in a game-winning position. 14 team from the bottom might be able to get their first chicken dinner in this game. Walid, here you go, nice little angle. Shots connected right onto Daum. Still going to be a 3v2 situation. Embark pretty low, so there's maybe a chance Embark going to be knocked on down. The turnaround is maybe happening right now. It's W7 still going to slow things down a little bit, but General was picked up. It's only Walid, but we saw his clutch factor in the past. A 1v2 is definitely in the realm of possibilities, but the res is going to be pulled off. Walid needs to pull the trigger right now. Nice little spray down. So much damage on that initial bloom. You've got to be careful. So many angles are not safe. You need to try and confirm these limbs while you still can. Spray down. Barely misses out on that spray. The plays are so good for Walid, but the thing is, you got the X factor. Where are the other players of the opposing team? He just does not know. He's going to get pushed up right now. Careful. Don't lose that one. He's going to get flushed, and that's going to be an easy point to the way of W7.
Why solo push that? While their teammates getting revived. Time is of the essence. You just don't make those kind of mistakes, Clear Vision.
You could have waited just a little bit longer and your teammates would have been there to assist you. And now, Clear Vision, they just can't wait anymore. They have to leave the circle, as we said, completely to the opposite side of the circle. They need to get on the move, and Walid will be left alive, but for how long?
Blue zone of phase 5 closing in is indeed a Pachinki Fields finish. Max, you called it. 10 out of 10 correction on the end game shift. In my eyes, so credit to you in that regard. Pache make it in between the side of 77 and 14T. Down goes W7 Champoin ship as 721 Smart Esports are also eliminated. Teams are dropping like flies as this circle makes it so much more difficult to stay alive in.
I'm seeing this fight right now. One heart. This is a really tough fight. There's so much information being fed the way of Conqueror Act. I don't know how, as One Heart, you survive this push downhill. A little bit of a smoke coming out, but you're still going to be extremely predictable right behind that tree. Can maybe get its Reba back up with a smoke road, but it's going to be a tough one. Going to try and create a little bit of a wall. Trying to go for the res inside the smoke. One Heart does get picked away. They are safe. They will be able to bring its Reba back to the land of the living. But going downhill on the next potential circle shift Imperium is not going to be an easy task for them.
Not at all, not at all. Pache away, still up as a full squad. They get a knock on the C, but instantly traded. As far as I know, it was actually 14T with that third-party play as the circle shifts right on top of 14T. If there was ever a game for 14T to get a chicken dinner, it's this bad boy. Because like I said, they may have the center of the circle. They may technically be the team that all the others are focused on, but all the other teams need to try and find a way into the edge of the circle, and that's going to be a journey in itself. Look at the shots from Conquer Rack, and this is also why I said Conquer Rack earlier on in the game shouldn't move down from Potato Hill, because they've been able to take advantage of all the teams scrambling in around Pachinki and Pachinki Fields train.
I absolutely loved that we saw 14T regroup instead of their 2-2 split. They went back to a 4-man in one specific area south of the compound in Pachinki Fields, because that allows them to then have that symbiotic relationship with Pache. They can both gun down all the teams trying to approach them and almost pretty sure assure themselves a top 2 minimum between these two teams. So great play from 14 team. Want to see more of that hopefully in the matches following this one. But Conqueror Rack, just going to be fully sending it downhill into a dip. I don't believe they're quite in circle. They're barely in if that's the case. The Tesla already exploded, so they can easily go for that res, but
That's so good.
keeping the angle of
That's
Ets
so
Reb, I
good.
would say, is good. It gives a little bit more insight for the team. That could be super valuable for the long run.
It was fantastic by Conquer Rack. Really was. Keeping rebounds, the shots go out. Oh my god, I really thought that was a knock coming out for 14T. But F35X Frozen is knocked down. Trades in as Pache is just shooting up. This is flurry of action that is a little bit hard to keep track of because everybody's shooting in all directions.
Exactly. Boran. I don't see how as Conqueror Rack you survive this one. Dika taking himself a little bit of extra damage. Might be able to get rezzed up, but the circle is going to be going to the next phase, phase 7, extremely shortly. So once again, the clock is going to start ticking for these guys. Not sure it's going to work out. I'm surprised it's Reba is still in the circle. Like, that position should be so tough to hold on to, but yeah, it's working out. And as we said, chances are you are going to be seeing a top 2 minimum between 14 team and Pache. And Savar naded into oblivion. Mziri gets that one confirmed. That's an extra elimination to the name of Pache, as they secure himself a 4th position in this game. Conqueror, can they steal away a 2nd place or even a chicken dinner? It's going to be a tough one, Imperium, but with Ets Reba in that spot, there's definitely a world where that could happen.
There's a drop that's gone down right beside 14 team. It's going to be difficult for them to get it because I think they know that it's a little bit out in the open and they want to stay comfortable within the buildings. Plus the next phase is about to pop up and it could shift away from them. It kind of low-key has, but they still have that northwestern edge of the circle inside their control. It's Pache that has to move as we're down to just 3 teams.
Yeah, 14 team able to rock up in that little bit of an area that is in a circle, so they don't have to remove anymore. The thing is, you could easily pre-nade those buildings as they're all just going to be squashed in just one very small area. And I think Mziri is the one that's going to try and achieve that. There you go, nade damage connected onto terminal. The thing is, 14 team, the issue, they're going to be pinched between a Conqueror Act that's going to push from their dip and a Pache that's going to be nading them from the other side. So, not the most comfortable position to be in, Imperium, I think it's fair to say.
No, not at all.
14 team, can they hold it down?
Yeah, that's the thing. Can they hold it down? The multiple angles by Conqueror Rack, despite them having to move, it does set them up for a little bit of a pinch. But Pache, they're pushing. Nice pre-nade comes on in for terminal. Can it secure a knock? If not, it'll slow them down.
I didn't hear the detonation. I guess it already exploded. There you go, another nade coming out. Even just hearing the nade just hitting the ground, they're like, oh, we don't know how's the timing on the nade. It's going to slow things down a bit. He's still got 3 more nades and 8 smokes.
Oh, low ball out the window.
I think it's going to work out, not sure, but there you go. Conqueror, as we said already, there's no way Conqueror Rack can make it out of that dip. That one's going to be confirmed. Conqueror down to now just 2 players, 2 separate angles that could allow that little bit of an extra surprise factor.
Oh, so
nice
close.
nade for Bachet. That's going to be Terminal knocked once again in that position, and he is not going to be rezzed up. He is split away from the rest of his team.
Nice by
traded by
Meshal.
Meshal. Going to make things a little bit more even, Steven, between the 2 teams. The Molly 2 is going to be able to spread on that bottom floor.
Terminal's made out the door, Max.
I'm looking at it's Reba. Has been able to actually make it to a tree position. It's going to be such an issue. He can't be flushed just...
Oh,
okay.
no, that nade.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. That's... No, GG.
Take care then, Baba.
No.
See ya.
Goodbye. Salute.
Yep.
Oh, he
Hello,
tried to rush away.
my old friend.
Oh, I thought for a second he's going to make it to the crate, but no, it was just not meant to be. Still really good effort for Conquer Iraq. The game just should not have been theirs to begin with. Being able to make it to the rooftop is absolutely massive for Hunter. He's out of molly, out of nades now. Having it in a game like this would have been massive, but the utility, or the lack of utility, is definitely going to hurt them. A few mollies, they're going to be chucked, making sure they can't peek from the windows anymore. They're going to make the cross on the more northern side. Now right through the doors. They know a player's potentially going to be on the side. Great initial hunt from Hunter. Gets the opening knock. Still going to be tended to a 4v3 situation right now. That's going to be an instant flush. They want to make sure they get every single elimination they can get. Bachet up to 8 so far, looking for the double digits.
Oh,
Bachet
no.
players are dropping like flies, one by one.
What?
It is going to be Gam to just get the perfect off angle. Another player right behind him will be surprised. The 14 team now has got the information, and that is it, and that will be the game. As 14 team take it from the opponents of Bachet and secure themselves the 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
The team that came into this game in last place, Max. Last place they were, grabbed themselves a chicken dinner. Arguably too late, but this is why the lobby is so, you know, tough. This is why it's anybody's game. Because out of nothing, bar a little bit of circle, look, 14T perform at such a high standard, right? That little thing at the end, by the way, of having a 3-1 split between the 2 buildings was perfect because it slowed Pache away. And despite Terminal getting knocked, because he was there to slow Pache down, Pache weren't able to confirm the knock into elimination. The trade came in and Terminal was able to crawl out of one building into another, and that allowed them to get the revive. It was so simple, but it was, again, fundamentally executed by 14 team.
14 team. I feel even from the mid game when we knew the circle was going to end around Pachinki, the execution on their side was just absolutely key. They had himself a really good spot very early on. They just knew the value of that position. And unlike a lot of the teams, they were in a very similar position to that. A lot of the teams going for that mad rush into Pachinki. They're just like, let's just not go for that rotation. Let's just not get involved in the madness when we don't know the circle's going to go into Pachinki itself. So we have no idea that's going to be happening. Let's just play the field. If we have to move in later on, we can do so. So definitely some really good stuff coming out from them. And I gotta say, 40 team, as you said, showcasing a lot of really, really good stuff and good macro decisions in this match.
And credit to Pache. They were right to push that. They knew they had to. And bar obviously confirming the elimination on the Terminal, I really don't think they could have done much more, right? If you really think about it, that defense was near perfect from 14T. But Pache did everything that they could to cover their ground in terms of knowing that there was a 3rd team, right? And you saw them get a knock-in elimination onto one of the Conquer Iraq players that were on the kind of field side, and then they caught out Itriba, right?
Yeah.
You know, and as soon as they did that and knew that the squad wipe was there, you saw them push that second warehouse, and they had to go for it, and they nearly got it. They so nearly got it.
It's so close, but you know what? I gotta say, games like this really make me happy, and I gotta say, makes me feel safe when it comes to the future of PUBG Mobile Esports. These new talent definitely bring some great stuff to the table. But of course, don't forget the Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They're going to be helping these teams achieve absolute greatness to try and get themselves these chicken dinners. And you know what? Definitely greatness was achieved for 14 team in this game. You know what? Still 2 more matches on the board, Imperium, before we know which are going to be our 3 teams making it into PMNC, which might have an opportunity to make it into their regional PMPL. It's so close, and it was always so close, even for Africa, even for Europe. They had no idea who was going to be the 3 teams to make it until the very, very last match. So definitely do not want to miss out on our next 2 matches. The next one's going to be on Sanok, so we'll catch you guys in just a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Welcome back with the upper moments of our previous Erangel game, and you know what? This was one of our last Erangel games. Got still one more remaining, but I gotta say this was definitely one for the history books of Snapdragon Pro Series, because 14 team, where was this team? Where was this type of play before this match, man? It was so good. The execution was so clean, and yeah, and it's just maybe a tad too late, unfortunately, Imperium, but man, the plays were definitely there in this game.
At the end of the day, even if it was too little too late, like I've said about all regions, like I said about all teams, the fact that they've now shown us that they can do it makes me really happy, right? And it was just cleanly done. Pache on the same sound wave proved that they have what it takes to not only put themselves in a good position as they have in other games, but kind of execute that in a clearly more defined way. Hunter, by the way, from Pache, got 5 eliminations alone. He was popping off for Pache.
I'm looking at something that can have a very drastic impact on our top 3 right now.
Okay.
Which is, Pache did a good game, 14 Team did a good game. Teams that aren't really in that race for the top 3. The only team that is in the race for the top 3 position, Imperium, and we're going to see it checking out the round standings, it is Conqueror Iraq. They got himself some decent points that match, and they were serving as 3rd place before this game. So this, sure, it's not, but still 15 points that their competition have not been able to match even remotely closely, like Clear Vision Esport, 9 points in this game. C Esport, only 6 points coming their way. Execution of 5. So, man, this game is definitely massive for Conquer Iraq before we head into our last 2 games.
Definitely, W7 only getting 3 points. Execution only getting 5, right? I also want to be a little bit harsh and say 7 Esport. I think with 2 games to go, I think your journey is over. They needed a good game this one. They dropped out of the bottom 8 off the back of the previous game. Yeah, I think it's too little too late. iCurd as well, only getting 1 point as well. A massive blow for their fight to continue towards a top 3. But indeed, Conquer Iraq, they couldn't have asked for better. I think they played this game the best they could. The top 3 teams, to me, executed the best strategy that they could have, considering their positions within the first 4 to 5 circles, right? I said Conquer Iraq should stay on the high ground of Potato Hill because so many other teams are going to scramble down the hill, scramble down to Pachinki Fields, etc. And they did that, and then they tried to set up a double angle by sending 2 players down south, and for the most part, that did really work in a great way. So yeah, Conquer Iraq executed a fantastic result, fully deserved those 15 points.
I'm not going to lie, Imperium, my evil side is really happy to see all the teams who went for Pachinki early get punished. I'm like, yes, that's what you get.
Yes.
That's what you get.
Yeah, I agree.
It was a risky play.
I agree.
It didn't work out. Let's check out the overall rankings, Imperium, to see what we're working with heading into our last 2 matches, 1 Erangel and 1 Sanhok. Things have been able to move up a little bit, and W7, you see a team potentially out of the race. Not really. 70 points. They are currently serving as the entry point. 77 could still make it happen technically, even though it seems very, very unlikely. But the dream is still not dead for W7 after this game.
Oh my god. 29 points between first and 8. 7 points divide the top 3. Clear Vision, Conquer Iraq, Execution, they're getting poor results game, just getting a chicken dinner, are still in first place. Now there's a bit of a jump between 3rd and 4th. iCurd are 19 points behind, but make no mistakes about it. Like I said, the average chicken dinner result has been roughly about 27 points. 1 good game, 1 chicken dinner, another one, their first for iCurd, would send them up into the top 3, no doubt about it. But when they know that they have the pressure of F35X squad on 2 chicken dinners and 1 point behind, C Esports on equal points to F35X, just 1 point behind iCurd. iCurd arguably need to watch their backs more than they need to watch their fronts.
Aika is going to be in a little bit of a risky spot, but if they can work on what we said, which is to able to get himself an actual chicken dinner, that could be their ticket over to the PMNC. This could be absolutely massive. This could have a massive impact on the overall rankings. And Execution, still in first place, still no chicken dinner, about to breach that 100-point barrier. This is looking really good for them and really close to that 50-50 split that we like to talk about. Imperium, 47 placement points and 52 eliminations on the game. I'm hyped up. I gotta say, it has been close for the previous regions, of course, for Europe and for Africa, for the heading into the last 2 games and of course the last game, but not between this amount of teams. This is 8 teams that all have a very clear shot for that top 3 position compared to other regions. It was maybe 4 or 5 teams. 8 teams still have a chance to make it. That is mental heading into our next matches.
And by the way, don't think viewers watching, if you've watched all 3 regions, and you know, if you're a connoisseur per se of PUBG Mobile Esports, don't think that this is because the standard across the MEA region hasn't been as high. It's probably because the standard is actually more equal and arguably higher, at least across multiple teams, which kind of echoes basically what you were saying as well, to be fair. Yeah, just extremely close lobby, 2 games to go. It is once again gonna come down to the wire.
Exactly, down to the wire for these teams. You know what? This is still a really long day for these teams. It is 5 matches a day. No, still pretty intensive amount for these teams to deal with. You know what? You can definitely feel energized, but how would you do that? Essentially through our main partner and sponsor here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, Monster Energy. There you go, Imperium, he knows exactly what I was going to say. Monster Energy, thank you very much to them for allowing the Snapdragon Pro Series to happen in the first place in all of these different regions. Of course, it's not just Africa, it's not just Middle East, it's not just Europe. You also got North America, which I believe is starting next week, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of Snapdragon Pro Series action happening all around the board, and it's thanks to our good friends over at Monster Energy for making it happen. But here we go. We set our expectations coming into this, Imperium. We've got a few predictions we can make. Prediction also that you can make over in the Twitch chat right now if you do want to join the conversation. Feel free to do it, and we'll check in on what you guys are predicting for our last 2 matches. But last Sanok, you said I think it was W7 Imperium that won it last time. If they can repeat that,
no. They had won the 3rd game of the day yesterday, and I mentioned it was Sanok, but it was actually Rankle. Yeah, it was still my mistake to mix up. It was One Heart that won yesterday. Sanok, remember, they played the bootcamp coastal line, pushed in, were able to take it. Yeah, it was a wonderful game from One Heart. And if there's a game for them to get a second chicken dinner in, it kind of it needs to be Sanok. It needs to be this game. It needs to be both games, because so close. Create even a little bit of a cushion. Like, that's something that we can actually say, despite it being so close between the top 3. It is something that those 3 teams can actually feel just a little bit of pressure off, is the fact that there's 19 points. So of course you don't want to take that away, but again, release just the tiniest bit of pressure.
I just say, sure, we're bringing up the side of One Heart, which is the team, though, if they get themselves a good game here, they got themselves the chicken dinner yesterday on this map, that could push them up in top 3 and put them in a race heading into the last game.
Yeah.
I want to say execution. If there's any game where I think they can get the chicken dinner, it might just be this one. Because if we're looking back, and now that I remember the game of yesterday, I got it back in mind and visualize it, they had such a great position, and I think they gave it up a little bit too early. I think it was to brute force at the end, and I think that did hurt their chances of a possible chicken dinner. I think that execution, once again, is a team that's got a very strong basis. I want to see some little bit of a change made when it comes to that. I want to see a little bit more decisiveness and being able to defend good positions. If they do that, I believe execution can not only get himself a chicken dinner, but almost throughout this chicken dinner, assure themselves a spot in the top 3 and a spot in PMNC. Execution, my team to win personally on this game.
Okay, I can respect that. And I have no real counter argument, to be honest, in that regard. If I'm going to give another option, it kind of Clear Vision.
I knew you were gonna say Clear Vision.
Clear Vision.
Yeah.
Well, I probably should say Conquer Rack ahead of Clear Vision, but I don't know why. Clear Vision for me is going ahead of Conquer Rack. Yeah, I can't necessarily put it in a full log. It's just a bit of a feeling at the moment.
Got a vision. That's fine. You got a vision, and you envision Clear Vision. That was not intended, by the way. That was not, the play on words was literally not intended.
No.
Then it might win. I really rather. The thing is, for all of these top 8 teams that we just mentioned, I know I feel like I'm repeating the same thing over again, but it's just to reiterate the impact of this game before heading into the last match. Any team that gets a chicken dinner here, or you're putting yourself in a race on the final game to make in top 3, or you're securing your spot in the top 3 if you're one of the top 3 teams currently. It's currently alerted by happening. It's going to be W7. Oh, W7 can't afford to lose this.
Either
to win this. And execution. I just realized it's execution. Oh no! Oh, the absolute fumble. Execution losing their first player instantly is going to be KOK4 Boy. Oh, that's a rough start, Imperium. Because you know on Sanok in particular, you need every single player if you want to get that win.
Okay, so I want to say that that was learning from yesterday by W7. What happened yesterday in that game? They rotated up north. They split drop, they split loot, while W7 all four stayed directly in Hat-In. So what do W7 do today? Okay, well, look, if they're going to look to pull off the same thing, we're going to shut that down from the first minute. And they do that. I got to give massive props to W7. That is the definition of learning from yesterday and taking advantage from roughly 24 hours between day 1 and day 2. Man, it has to be. That has to be premeditated from W7.
I think I mentioned it during yesterday's Sanok game too. I think I said, that's too big a split.
Yeah.
And it's good to see a team capitalize on that, as you pointed out. I think that if W7, like, execution, first place team, we can catch up to them. Let's not eliminate the entire team. I think that's too much of a stretch, but let's just, make this game just a little bit harder for them by taking one player, plus it's an extra point for us. It's a team that did really good in Sanok yesterday. One of our main competitors on this game is already wounded, really significantly, because we saw especially how much KOK4 Boy can actually do in these games. So,
by the way,
good play. Yep.
By the way, that single elimination from W7 Esports puts them ahead of One Heart already.
Is it that way? Was it that close?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why when we say it time and time again, every single point counts, every single game counts, because with 2 games to go, this is it. The smallest of advantages, makes a world of difference. W7 now automatically ahead of One Heart. Now, we still have a good 25, 26 minutes of the game to play, but when you're talking about the first 3 to 4 minutes, and they have an elimination point, and they've automatically gone ahead of a team, that's not going to be on their minds. But from a storyline perspective, from setting up for the final game, W7, they've helped themselves massively.
Especially because when you look at the overall rankings, W7 now with that elimination, they're on 71, and as you said, they overtake One Heart, so they're currently in 7th position. Above 7th position is going to be C Esports, 72 points. In 5th position is going to be F35 X Squad with 72 points. In 4th position is going to be iCurd Esports with 73 points.
Boom.
Like, literally, if they just get 3-4 eliminations, they instantly go from 8th position to 4th elimination, to 8th position, sorry, to 4th place in this game instantly, just in the very start of the game. So, man, that was a really good early game, and execution at the top. You're not as safe in this match. They might have a chance of dropping out barely at the finish line of that top 3.
I do want to highlight something that seemed to be clarified by production with regards to Brute Force. It seems that they have been suffering from some connection issues for whatever reason in these games. And I know in the previous game I alluded to what looked like some arguably unprofessional gameplay. I do want to again clarify that seemed to be a correction made by production, and for this game dropped in. It's going to be what I graded like, because I think it's a
little bit unfortunate for them, but at the end of the day, their race for the top 3 is no more. But the race for an increase in prize pool still exists, so there's still something on the line for every single team, even teams at the bottom, like 14 team. You know what? That one game that they got, that's a pretty significant increase, because where do they stand right now? 14 team are currently in 13th. Instead of being last place.
Instead of being
boom
14th. Ayo. Sorry. Oh, stop that now.
Instead of being 16th. they're now in 13th position, which is sure not the biggest prize pool increase, but it's still something of significance that is worth noting.
It is
good, and it shows if they come back potentially next year, we're like, oh, at their peak, this is what
Yep.
this team can do.
Definitely.
Really good play. I think it. Okay, now I'm getting really annoyed when I'm thinking back on it. Where has this team been before that game? It was such a good play. It was really good.
I know.
It annoys me.
I know, dude. I know. And like I said so much positives about Pache in terms of seeing something they could do, and they got so close in the previous game. I'm of the same mindset. Were they, so yeah, it's one of those things. And they can continue to fight, to grow, to improve coming into 2023. See Esports directly outside Pineham in the north. Phase 2 pops up. We didn't really talk about Phase 1, by the way, because it wasn't really like a super
Sandhawk
duper
Phase 1.
interesting circle. No, okay. Jesus.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Jesus, no need to like throw the Phase 1 under the bus. Like, what did Phase 1 do to hurt you, Max? Like, but
I die to red zone, so I die in zone 1 typically. So that's why we're not friends. We're not homies.
Like, it wasn't interesting in Phase 1. Looks like you're not that interesting. See, I gotta...
Unnecessary.
Well, look, you throw shade at Phase 1, man, that's, you can't do that. As a color commentator, Phase 1 is the foundations of where I start my analysis, right? So, you throw shade on Phase 1, you're throwing shade on me, man.
Yeah, it's true. You really get a lot of top-tier analysis out of a Phase 1 circle.
I do.
You
I do.
You can say, wow, look, this Phase 1 circle's got 90% of Sanhok in it because Sanhok is such a small map. Like, that's so cool.
Wow.
Okay, I'm really toxic on that one.
That was really honestly, I'm kind of proud of you. Nice one, that. Nice one.
I'm a bit toxic on that one, but you know what? Typically, your Sanhok Phase 1 circle don't have that much repercussion,
No.
but Phase 2 do, and you know that the Western Islands are not going to be in place. So teams can already cross the river, make it in a decent spot. So that's already initiating some setups for these teams that I do appreciate. So good stuff. It does help.
One difficulty around this Phase 2 is quarries in play. I know it's more in the south, but it does kind of limit the rotation potentials, or dictates a minimal amount of direct rotational pass for a couple of teams. I absolutely love Conquer Rack's spread. That 3-1 split on the north quarry hillside is beautiful, because they have the low ground covered, they have the kind of western side covered. It is exactly the kind of spot I would highlight in a phase like this, in this Phase 2. So yeah, couldn't ask for a better setup from Conquer Rack.
Yeah, it's just such a good position, a little bit of a high ground spot. You can spot a lot of the roadsides, especially around you. So Conquer Rack definitely found himself a good position to play the early stage, and it also enables rotations later on down the line. I do like that. I would like to see potentially Skyrocket, or I think what is 71 is currently doing, which is the high ground position northeast of Quarry.
Yeah.
Really good. It can be a little bit bigger of an area, so it can be a little bit complicated to hold it down. It's very similar to Potato Hill. It's a lot of terrain to hold down as a 4-man. But I think that based on this circle and where the next circle Phase 3 will go, I think we'll show if that position truly is as good as I suspected, or if it might be a little bit of a throw. We'll have to see.
77 are on the North Ban Hill. I think South Ban Hill is an understated place to lock down on this kind of circle. It is directly in the center, so I understand why a team might be hesitant on Phase 2 to go there, because unlike other maps, it can be a bit riskier to go center this early in the game, just because of how small the map is, right, and how third-party it can be. So yeah, I do get it, but for the time being, South Ban Hill is empty. I like the location of TC. It's a little bit to the east of Ban, on the high ground of both the warehouse buildings. It's like kind of that C area. We don't have the mini-map, so I'm trying to describe it for the viewers. But yeah, it's a good spot for them to be in. W7 off the back of initially taking down a player from Execution, rotated across the northern bridge, and they're comfortably on the northwest edge of Phase 2.
Enjoying how things I've been panning out so far. Boom, circle shift over to the eastern edge once again. Edge of Lakawi still going to be in play, but
I like this.
Not really suspecting it to be in play, but all the high ground positions around Ban are going to be so good, especially southern Ban, as we just predicted Imperium. The Conqueror already off to a hot start. 2 eliminations coming their way. 14 team. Oh, he's playing the rock. I hate these rocks, but at the same time, I love them because they're just that damn good. They're getting naded up, though.
Come on,
tough
throw a
one.
nade. Where's the nade? Where's the nade?
He's got no
Crazy.
nades. He's got none. He's got no nade.
That's not
Just
good
look at the
enough.
number at the bottom.
It's not
He's got
good
none.
enough. It's not good enough.
Throw the meds.
Yeah,
Throw
exactly.
your can.
Throw yourself.
If you're lucky, you'll get a headshot.
It's Maximan special. Just throw yourself.
Just throw? What, you mean I throw my PUBG Mobile games?
Yeah.
Well, I do, but still not cool bringing it up on broadcast. So, yeah. Yeah, Southern Barn is a good spot.
Yeah, Southern Barn is a great spot. I absolutely love the circle shift. On a side note, there's still plenty of hillside areas to lock down, and plenty of space for teams to move into the circle. An interestingly quiet game so far. Still 16 teams, 60 players. The reaction from Conquer Rack was great on that circle shift, understanding that teams initially might be looking to push in from that western edge, but then understanding that, hey, if we stay there for too long, we're eliminating our information gathering, we're eliminating our clean rotation potential. So they moved down the hill towards the eastern edge of Quarry. This is, you know, methodical from Conquer Rack, and, you know, it speaks for itself.
While waiting for the fight to break out, or General of W7 gets knocked down as he falls to his death, 71 left the eastern side of Quarry and they went to the west of Lakawi, like far to the east side of the circle, like to the complete edge of it. And I don't know if like that. It's great if the circle ends there. It is horrible if it doesn't, because you need to go downhill, cross the road, uphill against teams like TC Gaming, W7, potentially 968, potentially Skyrocket, and especially there's going to be CE Sport behind you as they typically do this rotation. 71 is making me draw a big question mark in my mind right now. I am not sure how efficient that rotation is going to be.
It could be kind of 9,000 IQ where people don't expect a team to be in look quiet, but I do very much agree with your fear around that position that they have locked down in the depths of Lakwai. It's a great looting area, but it's certainly not a good position to be in this stage of the game. 14T on the very western edge off the back of losing a player at the hands of Conquer Rack were forced to stay a little bit more passive towards this phase and the edge of the circle, but they do need to be aware that the likes of One Hard, F-35X are going to be coming in around them.
Exactly. I'm still looking on the circle. This one is going to be a little bit of a tougher nut to crack. This next circle is going to be requiring a lot of teams to reposition. So the fights are going to be breaking out. TC Gaming still has... I really enjoy their position, but you've got to be careful. I think that they might be a little bit too involved in the Barn area as a whole. I think that they can just go a little bit further south.
Yeah.
Play more reserved, and they will be good. You don't have to fight it, but ban finish? Ooh! Kalaris would hate this.
I swear to God, earlier on in the game, I was thinking to myself, I must mention, you know, how much Kalaris loves ban.
Oh, he loves it.
Absolutely loves it. And then I forgot about mentioning it, and then you do it. Obviously, we both worked with Kalaris across multiple events, so we know how much he loves ban, and he talks about it all the time. All the time. Sarcasm.
He loves it
very much.
He loves it as much as John loves a four-man car rotation.
Yes, exactly.
To the same extent. Absolutely fond of it. It's great. But yeah, so ban finish. Pretty much what we're gonna say. Don't play ban. Avoid it like the plague. Play the north, play the south, play the east, not west, because I mean you could play west. You got a compound over there, so it is playable.
Oh, no.
Just hard to rotate from.
Oh!
Have to see.
Sorry, I just got really frustrated for a second because you highlighted about TC and maybe dipping away from those warehouse buildings, and just before the circle shifted, I was like, yeah, they actually have Kaya, you know, as an anchor point. That's great. And I was like, okay, circle shifted, send the whole squad down south, but they didn't do that, and they've lost Kaya. That's what kind of instantly got me quite frustrated when I saw that in the elimination. They've given CE Sports an opening into the southeastern edge of the circle.
I wish you didn't bring it up, Imperium, because now I'm a little bit...
Yeah.
Because I pointed that one out. Yes, TC Gaming, you're too far involved in that fight versus General of W7. You're holding on a ridgeline, you have no protective position there, and you're just giving a good spot over to see to see Esports. So
Yeah.
a little bit, it's a little unsure what happened there. 71 just going to be breaching over to the eastern side, over on to General of W7. So interested to see how that's going to pan out.
Didn't he take him out?
I think he did. I think that was a quick, swift fight. And yeah, 71 indeed do get rid of General. That's going to be it for him. And they clear himself that spot. As I said, it was a weird position, but they're lucky there was only one player here. I think if there's any more and they send it here without any information, it's a different ball game so for 721. So a little bit of luck involved, I would say. But you know what? The fight worked out great. And G was just...
shots by iDrunk.
He was just standing there, menacingly. It's looking at him as iDrunk with that nade in hand. In the smoke behind that tree should be good.
Another one.
I think that's looking good. The molly's going to be traded also. iDrunk
no!
walks right back
He walked
into it.
into
No,
it.
iDrunk. He's home. Go drunk. Not sure how that's going to work out. They're just trying to wrap around with that UMP. Nice little spread. Ooh, okay.
Okay.
I thought that was DBS for a second, but no. Just a straight up shotgun to the face, and he's done. See you later.
And that really helped conquer Rack, by the way. This was the flurry of action that was down on the southern edge of the circle outside Quarry, and Conquer Rack maybe had been a little bit slower between phase 3 and phase 4 to try and rotate ahead, but I understand the caution they had, having not an optimal high ground position, and they waited, they bided their time. They had lost a player, however they've survived, and they've gotten ahead of clear vision. That's going to be easy to pick them off, just hold their ground. The next circle shifts heavily up north. It's away from Ban, which is a bit of a feels bad man, but it is on the high ground to the north of it, so there's lots of potential. And Pache, they have once again a great spread.
Potential for a chicken dinner from Pache for sure, but I'm really looking at 7-7 this time around Imperium. Like, they're in a position where they can gatekeep Ica, they can gatekeep F-35, like teams that are currently in the race for the top 3. So 7-7 is going to be truly not only gatekeeping this position in the game, but also somewhat gatekeeping the positions in the leaderboard. So that is a very important game for 7-7. As the nades start to fly back and forth a little bit far, Clover. I think that's a waste of utility. You're not getting much out of it. But at least he can just spray down the competition. Clover's the one to initiate things. Gets the second knock on the opposing squad of F-35.
Oh, no.
And the retaliation is present. As Riley and Frag still there running about, trying their best to still make it up, potentially get the res. But the thing is, they're also giving space over to 7-7, maybe to go for their own counter push. We'll see how things are going to unfold.
Conquer Rack being pushed by 7-7. It's Rebate, gets it. First aid off, he's going to move around, goes for the pre-fire shots, Taki on with his teammate, is going to get the end of Conquer Rack. They do go down, I believe, yes, 6 eliminations, so that's still roughly around 7 points gathered for Conquer Rack. Not the best, but it is, you know, trending on their consistent performances throughout these finals.
That's the cool thing about Conquer Iraq, though, is that a lot of times you saw that throughout yesterday and today. A bad game for them still brings them a few points. Like 6 eliminations, 5 eliminations. They're still not idle around the map. They're still getting themselves a little bit of an impact on the leaderboards. TC Gaming all going to be taken out. 10th place, 2 eliminations. I mean, we knew Imperium, they're not going to go any further. But 7-7, 8 eliminations right now, eliminating 14 team. This is looking pretty fantastic, because looking back on their position on the rankings, 77 were in 9th position with 61. Not looking great, but I mean, there is a small redemption that is possible. If they pop off here, if they actually get the chicken dinner, 77 could barely but surely make their way in top 3.
Conquer Rack are out already. Execution are out already. Now Conquer Rack are a decent couple of points. Execution really walked away from this game with 0, zilch, nada, bar 1, maximum 2 points in this one. See Esports forced to try and in some way heal off, but they have nothing to go on at the end of the day, and they go out themselves coming into this game in 6th place. It's going to put pressure on them coming into the final game of this tournament. There are a couple of teams, by the way, healing in the blue F-35X and clear vision.
Ooh, that was looking good. A little bit of a lower throw and a little bit less of a cook, and I think that nade could be big. The molly is too much of an arch. They take a little bit too long to get there. That molly could have a little bit of an impact right behind that rock. Here we go, down to the final 6 teams.
Oh
if you're going to go for the hill strat, what a spray down. Oh, W7. What's going on right now? Taking their fight. Nice little third party. From a big distance too in this circle, so definitely rough, but Pache, look at that. The circle comes their way up on the northeast. Instant regroup, instant movement from Haji. trying to take control of that position as much as he possibly can. But W7, 71, and 77 will have to aim for that spot. 77 lose a player, and I think that with this potential underperformance, 77 might lose out on a chance to fight for top 3 Imperium. We'll see what their last player can do.
F35X go down, Clear Vision go down, a couple of placement points gathered, but minimal eliminations. It's going to put a question mark on Clear Vision's ability to kind of stay within the top 3. Luckily for them, iCard went down much earlier, but it is about the fight for W7. It's a fight for Pache. Pache were coming into this game off the back of his 2nd place. Can they grab themselves a chicken dinner?
What?
7-2-1. Esports have ripped that potentially away with a beautiful shot by Storm.
My man's got a 10 out of 10 vision. I would have never seen that in 1,000 years. What the hell? Good execution, though. Good spray down on the M4. And the circle, actually, I believe none of the players right now of Pache are in circle, so they're going to have to move a bit more forward. They have to remain on the move. While some players of 71, Robert in particular, already in the circle, so he can just create that space for his team, peek and get information with that third-person perspective. But W7, once again, this could be a massive chicken dinner if they can get it. And they're going to be trying to open up the fight. But one of their players, Hero, is going to be knocked on down. It's down to just one single player. The nades are traded back and forth. So far, one player of 71 gets confirmed. W7, can they get the res? Can they get the res if he crosses? I'm not sure.
It's not worth going for the risk, in my opinion.
He's almost there.
The way I look at it is that... Yeah, but you have to get up on your knees to go for the revive.
He's doing it.
That makes you way more exposed. I can't believe he's going to pull this off.
But two other teams are fighting right now. This is the perfect time to go for the res. I'm loving it, W7. The timing's on point. 721 are just making absolute work out of Pache. Spots on 1, confirms the extra elimination. 721 making absolute bank on this Sandhawk match. And this is going to be turned into a 2v2. And not only Hero gets res, he heals up. He's at 75% HP right now, Imperium. This is massive for them. Pache spotted out, 2nd place, a minimum. Coming in the way of W7. Let's see if 721 can bring a little bit of an upset to the game, but this should have been Pache's game to win, but they can't get it. Waleed spotted out. Storm strikes and gets the knock. Still gets some extra information, but they do not secure the chicken dinner. 7-2-1 Imperium will be the one to take our last Sanhok here of the Middle East region.
2 games in a row, we've seen a bottom place team grab a chicken dinner. It's what you talked about. It's what's always been a factor when teams down at the bottom towards the end of the tournament have nothing to lose. That's where you see their best performances. Greatly stolen by 721 Esports, ripped Pache apart down the bottom of the hill while they focused a little bit too much on 77, and W7 with the golden revive to just extra secure a place with 2nd. That's more points. I mean, talking about a team that were coming into this game in 8th place, the kind of lowest of the teams that could realistically fight for the top 3. Those extra 2 points between 3rd and 2nd could be the reason why they make it in to the PMNC.
The thing is also, it's massive that 721 got the chicken dinner, because that's not going to pause an issue for W7. If it was like a Conqueror, an Execution, Vision Esport, then it would have been an issue. Here, not really. This is like the best case scenario for W7, so they're looking absolutely fantastic. But who's also looking fantastic is our good friends over at the side of DHL. Thanks so much to them for allowing this tournament to happen in the first place here. The Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by DHL as always.
Tell you what, Max.
Yes.
Sorry to cut you off. Story time, real quick. I actually sent a package today. You know who I sent it by?
DHL?
DHL.
Look at that. What did you ship? Tell me. Oh, you're allowed to say.
No, I can't say.
I can't say.
If I tell you, I have to kill you. Sorry. Top secret.
Okay. Yeah, really cool game from W7, and I do wonder, Imperium, how close does that actually put them in perspective and in comparison to the top 3? I feel like this is the game they needed. Like, once again, they were, what, in 8th before this game? That must be a massive jump up after that 2nd place.
We do need to continue to consider and remember that the top 3 teams had roughly around a 20-point difference from 4th place and below. Now, that will have been somewhat ripped away quite heavily because Clear Vision, Conqueror didn't really get the best of results. But that, like I said, that cushion will take away a little bit of the blow coming into that final game. So it's just something to think about. Still, very exciting.
Very exciting indeed, Imperium. I mean, we just got one more match remaining before we know who's going to be making it into their PMNC. Only the top 3 will be making it to the next stage and might have an opportunity to make it into PMPL Spring 2023. With that said, we're going to have a short break and we'll be back for the last game of the day over on Erangel.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess.
One last game. One last game is all that remains before we know which will be our top 3 contenders here of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for Middle East. And will have an opportunity to make it into PMNC and make history in their home region. Once again, back for the upper moments, checking out on that previous game, and what a game it was, Imperium, for W7, a team that, from their position, it wasn't looking like an easy entry point. They still were able to make absolute waves in the lobby and secure themselves a second place with a ton of limbs. This is the game that opens up doors for them.
They very, very nearly fumbled the ball, right? It was like they had a great start catching out execution. Their early rotation in the first 2 to 3 circles was great, but that rotation then on, I think it was phase 4, was kind of erratic, and they lost 2 players, and that was kind of fumbled. But the remaining 2 players just survived, just survived, and by the grace of the PUBG Mobile gods, it kind of went their way to get second place. Sometimes that's the way it goes. It very much does keep them in the running for the top 3.
I do wonder, Imperium, how many points were won by W7, and after we'll look at the overall rankings to see exactly if that was enough to put them in currently contention for the top 3. Let's check out the round rankings, of course, to see exactly how things have been able to move on after this previous match. 24 points total for 71 Esports. As you said, even though they're currently not in the race for that top 3 position, it is still a significant jump up when it comes to prize pool. So I don't even recall what position they were in before this game, but I can tell you at the bottom of the rankings, 24 points, that's gonna have a dent in the leaderboards.
They were 12th, and even though they've only dropped up even though they've only jumped up to 10th, it's still, once again, you know, similar to what we mentioned about 14 team. It's showing us, even at the end, that they haven't given up, that they've learned, evolved, and that they've, you know, really kind of done something in this tournament, you know, and I say that in like a super nice way. And it does make things interesting because it takes very, very important points needed for the top teams away, and yeah, it's that classic, like I said, teams who have nothing to lose often show their best at that stage of the tournament. But W7, like, you gotta think, if they had it gone down in 6th or 7th, that would have been, you know, 3-4 points garnered. They were able to get themselves 7 to 8 extra points by just surviving as a duo, and yeah, 17 points in total. It wasn't pretty, but at the end of the day, got the job done. And 77 Esports in an Echo side as well, 16 points. Very good for them.
Very good indeed. Execution missing out on an opportunity to lengthen their lead. We'll have to see how much that hurt them as we transition over to the overall rankings to see how close it might just be, Imperium. Here we have it. Oh, okay. Now, this is an interesting set going into the last game. 101 points for execution, tied 100 points in 2nd and 3rd place. But so many teams are close, Imperium. So many teams can just snatch it away out of clear vision, conquer Iraq, or even execution in the final game. Ooh, the pressure's on.
Any of the top 9 teams can realistically make it into the top 3 in the final game. Now, there's a limited amount of points available, right? So that wall is there. You know, it's not like all, you know what I mean? But you couldn't ask for a closer final game. 14 points divide 1st and 4th, but only 15 points divide 4th and 9th. That means, like I said, 29 points from 1st to 9th. The average point for a chicken dinner has been roughly about 27 points. Of course, it's going to be the biggest mountain for One Heart C Esports and Double 7 to climb, right? Because they, like I said, with the minimal amount of points available, only kind of realistically one of those 3 teams can make it through. But you could say the same for W7, F35X, and iCard, right? Because that cushion of 14 points is still something for the top 3 teams. We're going to see some interesting play styles. We could potentially, and we were talking about this during the break, we could potentially see hot drops from teams like One Heart and C Esports, who possibly kind of have nothing to lose considering that mountain to climb. But you're also going to see teams like Execution, Conquer Rack, and Clear Vision who want to protect the top 3, maybe play a little bit more passively, maybe.
That opens up the big question, right? As you said, that's what we were talking about during that break, is hot drops. Is it worth it? I would say the only few teams that I would see where the hot drop would be, worth it would be One Heart, C Esports. The teams at the bottom of the teams you just mentioned, like from 3rd to 9th place. Those are the teams that makes it okay. The main issue is that you're doing so, it also helps out the teams that are aiming for that top 3. It's helping out like your 7-7 Esports, helping out your ICO, helping out your F35 squad, helping out W7 Esports. Then they become your main competition. You're never really truly winning that hot drop situation, because if you fail, even just slightly, the other teams ahead of you are going to be helped significantly by that hot drop. So, as I said, it's a risky play, but sometimes risky plays is what is going to allow you to make in that top 3 position. So, we got a few teams that could go for it. I mean, okay, there's so many possibilities of how this last game's going to go, but having 9 teams that have still a chance to make it in a top 3 position after 2 days of play, after 10 games played, is absolutely nutty, Imperium, man. It's, you're going to have some disappointed teams after this one, but teams that are going to make it in, and that is where you should put your focus on.
And by the way, I know they're not the only team in the top 9 to not have a chicken dinner, but that's why I consistently have been a little bit critical on Execution not executing a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Because they're at a massive threat. Once again, the very first tiebreaker rule is chicken dinners. Out of the top 5 teams, I believe, as far as I know, top 5 teams, top 5 teams, they're in the worst position from the first tiebreaker rule. That's disastrous, when it comes to potential. And even though they have that point cushion, doesn't matter. If that point cushion is ripped away, you're sleeping on bare wood. You're sleeping on nothing. You're on the wing and a prayer of just hoping that you have more points. That's worrying for Execution ahead of Conquer Rack and Clear Vision. That has to be undermined.
Not only the chicken dinner system Imperium like for the tiebreakers, also the placement points. Like, they're on 47 right now. Teams below them, Conquer Rack 52, Clear Vision Esports 49, W7 Esports 51, F35 pretty close with 45.
Yes.
Like, they currently would be behind by 2 tiebreaker points.
Exactly.
They are ahead pretty significantly when it comes to elimination. So if it comes to that point, which is typically really rare, but if it does come down to that point, they should be good to go. But man, not having that chicken dinner, we've talked about them having to need it for so long. It might be the downfall at the end if it goes down to the tiebreaker. But guys, join us for the last time, of course, to make your prediction over in the Twitch chat to tell us which team you think might be able to get themselves the win on this final game of the Snapdragon Pro Series event. And man, this is the last game of Snapdragon Pro Series this year, but what a wild ride it has. I mean, for us at least, after they got North America, so technically it's not finished, but for us it will be. Yeah, great expectations to be set. Which team, Imperium, are you looking at to potentially put on the pressure and maybe make in top 3? Who are you looking at?
Has to be Execution, because it's been a consistent narrative for me, but also extending on that, all the top 9 teams. I'm sorry, but equally all of the top 9 have the chance, and I need to respect that, right? So if I'm putting, like, let's say, hypothetically speaking, extra pressure on Execution, I'm disregarding the potential of the likes of C Esports 17 and 77. So I have to be my typical self and say any of the top 9. I have no team that I'm putting pressure on. They are feeling the pressure so much more than I can ever express. Nothing I can say realistically can express how hard of a situation all of these teams are in. But this is what PUBG Mobile Esports is made of. This is what they wanted. This is what they are fighting for. This kind of pressure is what they're going to feel game after game after game if they move on to PMNC, if they move on to PMPL. So guys, teams, boys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, get used to this pressure.
This is going to be a real tough one. One for the history books of Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll see how things are going to work out. Here we go with the plane path from George Bolt all over to Novo. So maybe a little bit of a stretch for some of the teams involved. See how things are going to be panning out. If I have to go for my prediction, Imperium, for this game, I'm going to say I want to see W7 make it in.
It's been a consistent team that you've highlighted as well. So I 100% respect that.
But, because I have a but to it, I mean, not even a but, I have a condition. I'm going to say W7 not only get himself the game, I say to push himself up in first place. I want to see that happen. From 8th place to 1st place and qualifying with an extra 4K from like that disparity between 2nd and 1st, I think would be one of the most amazing storylines we could have witnessed in these past, what is that, 6 days now of Snapdragon Pro Series for the Middle East region. It would be something of absolute pure beauty. Let's see how that's going to be working out, as of course. Hot drop. Seemed like it might be happening. Imperium over to... No, where's the hot drop? It's Brute Force over towards C Esport. And there's also another team, Zycurd, over there? What's going on? Okay, this is something I did not expect. One player of Zycurd got lost.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best place.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know what happened to Riley.
They got 78 points. Like, the thing is, it's 100% possible for Zycurd. It's not... unfortunate.
I think Brute Force, it's kind of similar to what we've seen all throughout this second day of the finals, by the way. So, with all due respect, you know, it is what it is. The focus is on the fact that Phase 1 has complemented the playing path. It is a Southwest Phase 1. Very similar initially to what we've seen from all 3 Wrangle games, of the other 2 Wrangle games that we've had so far today. So a little bit of familiarity, like we saw yesterday, could lead to evolutions and rotations in timings and movements. We'll see Esports and Skyrockets, they're going to have to move because this is indeed definitely a little bit of a hot drop. And Seal, sorry, not Seal, are in 8th on 75 points. If they win this, they get 2 extra eliminations and they're on the right path to the top 3.
Seal of disapproval apparently from Skyrocket.
There you go.
They're not going to give it away. And they came in as 2. Okay, so this is clearly a team, you know, they gave up. Like, screw it.
That's a nice nade.
Let's just try and mess with the team right now. And that team is going to be C Esport. And they're looking good. Ooh, puts him down to mid HP. Skyrocket Esport, unfortunately not the best tournament for them, so why not go out with a bang? And that's the thing, teams can do that. That is definitely okay to do.
Yeah.
And especially get yourself a peer, because they could get himself an extra 4 or 5 placement points, 4 or 5 places in the rankings if they win the game. But
perfect by Navi.
Ash2 is not working out, and that's a great angle by Navi. Truly, not only born to win with that name, but also born to get the off angle. And now it's time to pull the trigger. C Esport can't afford to go down. They need to get this. And also, this is going to help them out so much to get those 2 early eliminations.
Exactly.
This is potentially massive for them. Hoped. He was looking to go for the push. The thing is, the loot stage has been so short for C Esport. They have been very rarely taking these early game fights. This is not a team that comes to mind as to winning these type of early engages. At least Skyrocket, underlooted. Nice Molly.
Lovely Molly throws in. Lovely Molly being thrown in. It doesn't
quite
connect glitch. Uses the box to stay alive.
I do like what Skyrocket are doing though, keeping one player on that staircase.
Do you want to point out, Max?
Yeah.
Skyrocket did go into this game as a duo only for whatever reason. Don't we?
I did point it out.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. I did not hear you point that out. So maximum of 2 points available. And C Esports just need to get this done. Time's ticking, man. They don't have the toughest rotation into the circle, but the longer they leave it, yeah, the harder it is going to be when it comes to Phase 2, Phase 3.
I can even see a player of Brute Force. He's slowly entering from the south. He's just like, screw it. Let's just send it in. Try and be a little bit of a pain in the side of C Esport. This is taking a lot of time. I mean, C Esport, we know there's only 2 players. They don't. They're like, is this a trio? Is this a 4-man team? They really don't have that much information. They're just hearing a bunch of footsteps all around and an extra pair of footsteps from Brute Force. I think that they might think, oh, this is the same team. I think that's the smart conclusion you come down to, is that extra player that's coming on from the off angle, that's the same team than the one we're currently breaching, and he's coming to assist. Thing is, that is not the case. He's sus.
While this engagement continues to passively wait out, teams are starting to rotate. W7 in the clear center of the circle by Gatka. One of the Brute 4 players is kind of driving past. That's going to be a bit of a... Yeah, while he kind of sees that from Yahoo. Brute Force won't quite connect to get the knock, and that Brute 4 player is going to drive right past. Pache is rotating through Watertown, which is interesting on this phase 1. Conquerac are actually interestingly moving north of the school of, sorry, not north, but direct kind of west of school apartments to get ahead of Pache. I think 14T, by the way, dropped or went very, very close or looked to push Conquerac, and Conquerac, understanding that that kind of happened in a previous Orango game, adjusted their rotation to be a little bit quicker. This is what we're seeing from the final game. The 9 previous games, the learnings from all of the 5 previous Orango games is leading to these kind of changes in the final game.
I do wonder, has iCurd been able to reposition together? Like, have they been able to regroup or not? I have literally no idea. I didn't see the player, if he was able to make it up there. Hopefully that was the case.
Yes. Yes.
He has? Nice, very cool.
Yeah, he has.
So at least that is a little bit of a
Great question,
risk
by
that's
the
been
way.
avoided. Oh,
Yeah, great question.
that's what I do. I have good questions for when I'm not smart enough to find the answer myself. But this fight is starting to take a little bit too long. The cool thing though,
Yeah.
they don't have meds. They don't have meds on the side of Skyrocket. And one of their players is going to get knocked like in a matter of a few seconds. Look at that. 3, 2, 1. Bap. There you go. Perfect
They
timing.
have got to know that it's connected to this. They have to know.
They're the only ones in the blue.
You gotta know 2 + 2 = 5. C Esports, they need
What?
to push this. They need to.
2 +
They
2.
have to. It's an over exaggeration. It's just to highlight that. Look, you know, emphasizing that they gotta know it's connected.
Exactly. Like they must put. I really think it's taken too long for C Esports. Like you're
it is.
really starting to cut down the opportunity of a win.
They're digging their own grave.
Pretty much. I have some big question marks on the top of my head right now. Seeing execution slowly but surely going to try and make sure they can leave Sunlufka Island. So that's their typical rotation this game. F35 going for their typical also central play. So the usual so far. And there you go. The push is going to be happening. Finally, C Esport needing to go for those eliminations. Glitch, even if he can just ruin the chance of this team, I'm sure he will be happy, having a smart little grin on his face right there.
Why are you going solo?
Nice
you go
gets
solo?
one. Navi, what are you doing? In the molly, and I think he might just go down to that one. He's in phase 1 circle, and that's to confirm. That is a sad way to go down. Goes in, tries to go for the spray down, does get overwhelmed eventually. But man, oh man, that one player losing Navi at this stage of the game for C Esport, a team in contention for top 3, that is a massive, massive loss for C Esport.
It wasn't worth the trade. It wasn't worth the time wasted. It just wasn't worth it, Navi. Have you sealed the deal of your team not making it into the PMNC? I know they pick up another one onto Brute Force, but look, that's just a you know, buy one get one free per se. They're down to 3 players. They're far away from the circle. It's a continued uphill battle. It's like they're writing their own story at this stage, and they want to create the biggest underdog victory that we could witness across the Snapdragon Pro Series. Phase 2 did center up, it did go up north, but it is still for the most part healthy in terms of south of the river. Everest is a clean location to lock onto. Clear vision I've gotten there. W7 sticking in Gaka, by the way. Chopsticks, probably a fantastic spot to go to as well.
Wait, did see just someone eliminate someone with a pan?
That's why I kind of stopped talking, because I was like, huh?
But yeah, Ikert also got a initial knock on that fight with a AUG. So they already got themselves a crit weapon, so that's definitely a good start for them.
There you go.
So Angle can happen faster with the AUG, as I mentioned, get himself some decent level of damage involved in that fight over in the distance. But Riley, oh yeah, he's not going to survive that one. He's going to be losing himself in that encounter. 968 being an absolute pain in the side.
Max.
Of the team of Ikert. Yes.
Ikert are down to one player. We talk about CE Sports possibly ruining their chances. Ikert were coming into this bad boy in 6th place on 78 points. I gotta say, that's them out. I know they're not out, but what can they really get from this game ahead of the teams around them, points-wise, to seal a top 3 finish, right? 14 points. Sorry, more than 14 points. They were behind the top 3. And with only one player, what, you might get yourself 3rd place? That's only 10 points. It may be 2 eliminations. That's 2 points, that's 12. Ikert, I think it's take care of them by now. Good luck next year. Sorry, but I just can't see the turnaround happening. Can you?
It's a big question to ask Imperium, but right now I am definitely a little bit doubtful. Since that could happen. MK14 drops them down. Could be also a decent crate weapon for Pache if they want to try and give himself a little bit of a significant game next to Ruin/Sunken City. Imperium, I have to bring it up on voice chat, but you're hiding the minimap right now. I can't see it.
Apologies.
No problem. I was like, I really want to know where the teams are, but because right now, just so you guys are not aware of our setup, Imperium is streaming the map to me through Discord. So I have to. He is my map guy. He's the map. Use the map. Use the map.
It's ironic because literally at the same time I happened to just take a glance at Discord and saw your message. It's wild because over the 6 days I don't think I've ever like not shown the map.
Just too invested in the game.
And that's the thing. Like I've kind of also secretly just checked out where other players are. It's how I confirmed that I heard all 4 players had kind of joined up at the early game because they just happened to check it. And yeah, getting a little bit caught in the action of what is going on. But phase 3 shifts heavily down south. 1 heart. That reaction is so good. The south of Chopsticks Hill, it's quite vast. It can at times be hard to control. But here's the thing: you lock onto that compound to the south of it, or to the southwest of it, you have an instant anchor point. You then spread out and you look to shoot, you look to puff up your chest, you look to create space around you and hopefully pick up a few eliminations.
I absolutely love what 1 heart did there. Like really just speedy recovery when it comes to position there in a really good spot. Even potentially a game-winning spot depending on how these next few circles tend to go. W7 playing the southern side of Chopsticks.
Look at this rotation for 77 as well, Max. Sorry to cut you off, but I think that's a pretty excellent rotation.
I'm not gonna lie, I can't see them on
Right,
my minimap.
it's
in front. Oh, okay, wait.
Yeah, that's
I was looking at my minimap and it was pixelated. I was like, wait, where?
That's part of why I kind of pointed out and low-key cut you off, because it was like on the broadcast screen. I was like, that's a very good rotation. It's slightly against the grain on the off the center of the circle, but it's also out of trouble. It's out of sight, and it still gives a good setup coming into phase 4.
It is a good spot, but it's very high chance, Imperium, that they're going to have to leave that spot eventually.
If they spread out, they can create that awareness, right? They can create that pre-movement. That's the way I look at it. Like, and it was more about the rotation rather than what they do with it, right? That's kind of more what I wanted to point out. I do agree with you, though. I do.
Yeah, playing Longwood, you can get a lot of information from that position, so
exactly.
We'll see, of course, what's going to be the game plan for 7-7 on this next circle. Once again, 7-7, a team is, in fact, in the potential race for top 3. There's some fights going to be unfolding. It's going to be TC Gaming. Whoa, almost getting run over there, but he pops out the DBS. Kachon gets a second. 14 team trying to retaliate as much as they possibly can. Nice spray down there with the UMP. That's going to be Mashal and Boran getting the work done. And they will be able to normally res themselves back up, but there's still some shots coming out from somewhere. F35, oh yeah, F35, they're going for the nice spray from down below. They should be able to still get themselves up as a 3-man, but TC Gaming, they have the information from Kaya and Shroud. They can push this up to deny the res and get 3 easy eliminations on the board. This is a good push we're seeing from TC Gaming.
Both of these teams, by the way, out of the running of the top 3, TC in 12th, 14 team in 14th. So it is just a gentleman's fight, as actually 14 team do end up getting eliminated in that one. It was F35X to kind of third party that in that regard and picked up 2 eliminations.
Imperial, we really need to talk about this. ICURD down to 1 player. C Esports down to 1 player.
Yeah, I know ICURD, but yes, C Esports, I noticed that and then forgot about it.
I mean, if you're confident about that, that's a pretty important part of the storyline. What's going on? Okay, we just lost a significant amount of players of the teams that were still in the race for that top 3 position. Tables slowly but surely turning, and one team you want to keep an eye out for once again is W7. I feel like I bring them up every single second I can. This is because right now they're in a good transitionary spot. They're safe for the time being, can easily move up if the circle moves away from them. W7, potential threat to our top 3 teams.
Execution with the absolutely great rotation. They were playing on the compound to the north of Longwood, by the way, and they instantly reacted, went for a direct rotation, probably scouted by scoping in to get a little bit of information, and instantly went for a compound inside this phase 4 shift. No hesitation, and that's a kind of clinical rotation we want to see from the top teams. They're currently in first, and they're playing their own game. Remember, the top 3 teams have roughly a 14-point advantage over 4th place. So they're going to be playing their own game. They're going to be playing relatively quiet, while the other teams are chasing them.
Oh, man. I'm a little bit spooked also for Conqueror right now up in north. Intrigued to see if we're going to see their POV eventually. F35, nice little angle right through the smokes. Ooh, barely misses it out on that knock on Rawan. Could have been an amazing one to just create more space, but they have to get on the move. As you say, they could normally get themselves the revive, unless F35 decide to push it up, which they are. Going to get a little bit closer to 77. Not close enough.
These are 2 teams that are fighting for the top 3 max. 77 are in 7th on 77 points. And F35X are in 5th on 81.
Wait, did you say 77 or in 7th place with 77 points?
Yeah, it's something that we should
take a screenshot.
Actually, yeah,
take a screenshot. Screenshot that right now.
I do have a screenshot. I do.
I have that on my wall. It's beautiful. Something of absolute beauty. But for how long, we'll see. If I were them, just nade yourself and keep the perfect score.
Jesus.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe a bit too much. But Rawan spotted out. Frozen. Nice little initial nade there to maybe just move 77 a little bit further back. Want to keep them on their toes. That's a nade. That's BN5. Able to get himself that initial knock.
Push on it, boys. You gotta push on it.
If they know it's 77, you definitely want to get rid of your competition. Oh, a little bit too slow there. Gotta be careful. Follow up with the spray down. The Barrel and Hound, great double. Frozen's looking absolutely magnificent on that push-up, but you've got to be careful with third parties happening. It's Pache. I just want to be in a pain in their side. The cars are going to explode at Imperium. I think we might just be witnessed in the end of 2 of our top 3 contender teams, which would be 77 and F35. Things aren't looking good on the east.
F35X are safe. The revive should come out on Frozen. They have the slightly low dip of the hill to play with. Yes, they have not been able to confirm those eliminations, but what they have done is they have manipulated Pache to focus on 77, while they still have the northeastern side of the hillside to wrap around. The circle on phase 5 shifted over to the west, so that rotation, that push from F35X is not going to be easy.
721 currently breaching onto clear vision. That could be a very important fight. F35 looking for the double. Barzi's looking strong. Can he actually get the confirm?
Where's the nade?
Sure,
Where's the nade?
He doesn't have any Imperium. Doesn't have any nades. One nade would have been massive, but he's just going to continuously trying to play that pressure. Bachet spotted out. There you go, your nade, but not from him, but from BN5. Now they're just hunting down the players of Bachet, but look at that. Third party's happening is going to be 9, 6, 8 on the northern edge. They want a piece of this fight. They want a piece of the East. Wow, Pache, last
Oh my
player,
God.
M0 has just left the scene. He does not want to get involved in this fight anymore. And he tries to survive for as long as he can.
That was so good from F35X. Instead of trying to rotate around, I did say that they
Dodge the
had
third party.
they had the low ground to get the revive, right? And they were like, okay, well look, we can get the revive, we can reset ourselves. Pache aren't really going to push us because it's against the grain of the circle. Let's wait a couple of seconds, and that patience was super rewarded. Conqueror Crazy gets a knock on the W7. W7 under pressure on the northern side, but that Conqueror Iraq squad wiped out of this game early on with just 1 point. That is potentially, Max, 1 open spot available for 4th and below.
Exactly. Execution and Clear Vision are still alive and healthy in this match. Maybe not for Execution, as I say that, a few of their players get knocked. Maybe not too healthy, but I think Conqueror Iraq, 6 months of prep might have not been enough to make into PMNC. We'll see how close it's going to be, of course. The competition still tight. W7. This could be not only the fight to push himself up in top 3, but to push down Conqueror Iraq. W7, this fight they're about to take versus 968, and to push into the circle could be an absolutely game changer, unless it doesn't happen, which it won't.
They can move a little bit more. They can move a little bit more towards the north. That is C Esports down, and that is their journey towards PMNC out. Thank you very much for joining us. I also need to point out the iCard went out, so that is also them out of the running for the top 3. Execution are down to just 2 players. 1 heart, by the way. They played safe. They played on the south, but I question, with us being down to 25 players, are they doing enough to get the elimination points to make it into the top 3? They can't rely solely on placing points. They're too far behind. I know Conquer Rock are eliminated, but look at what the teams are doing around them.
F35, this is the game of their lives. This is the game that could put them into a potential PMPL, but no! I jinxed it for them. 968 strike with the Orb. 2 players currently knocked, and they're just going to try and confirm everything. Nice nade counterplay onto Savar. They do get himself a res in just a nick of time, but it's not going to be an easy one. Imperium 968 want to put the nail in the coffin for F35. But the spray down the off angle. F35 keep the hope alive. They're trying to get back up as a 4-man team. Tosca still trying to spray down the competition. 968 are slowly but surely losing players by the second. F35 not done just yet.
Oh my god, Tosca. Oh my god, F35X. Tethering between perfection of getting the revive and getting the knock on board to slow down 963. And then you have W7 go, I hear the action. I hear the onslaught. Let's get involved, boys and girls. Let's put it all out on the line. Is there up to 4 eliminations?
Oh no.
It's still up as a full squad.
For F35 versus W7, this is a pretty big matchup in this game, Imperium. Gonna have some drastic impact on the leaderboards and who will make it over to PMNC. W7 doesn't seem too in shambles after that fight. Seems pretty relaxed, to be completely honest. But, wow, like, that's a pretty risky position to be in, but he doesn't really have an option. Execution down to their last player. That nade. No way. It could be massive. It could be huge, but he barely gets out of the door just in the nick of time. Way too close for comfort. He's going to try and force that res on his teammate. He's going to hear there's no more footsteps. He must know he's going for the res. What's your game plan? The molly? Must have heard it. Maybe a little bit too far. It does spread. Just pinned down in that location. Hoping it doesn't spread any further. It does not. They are safe for now. Execution back up as a 2-man. It was way too close. Now he's going to go for his counter molly. And they're both back to a 2v2. Imperium is so close, but Venom gets himself the knock. And it's spotted out by another team. They're going to be shot from a distance. Confirm those points. You need every single one you can get. Hurrah.
Oh my
Eliminates, no! The car explosion gets himself the elimination. Execution are out in 7th, but that's still 8 eliminations. It might just be enough.
Max! F35X squad are up to 11 eliminations in this game. Top 6. The journey, the fight, the game of their lives. We're witnessing it right in front of our eyes.
F35. This could be the game we look back upon if they make it to PMPL one day and say, like, this was their entry point into competitive PUBG Mobile. This was what created the opportunity for them in the first place. This game, right here, right now. F35 making it happen. Not only that, but denying the competition spots into the top 3 is going to be W7 under absolute destruction of F35. They got even 4 players, now 12 eliminations to their name, such a massive spread. The circle coming their way, also Imperium. How do F35 not get this win? As W7 down to their final player will lead, spotted out, clear vision, cleanly sweeping this spot as they keep the hopes alive for them to make into the top 3 and remain into PMNC.
Clear vision, just playing the clear vision way. Cool, calm, collected, and macro in style. Yes, the circle shifts away, but you gotta think they're doing enough to possibly overtake execution in first place and grab over $7,000 in prize money.
He's also got playing the wings, but Frozen, how do you get that? Right underneath the buggy. He might get the rest though. A lot of smoke's gonna be able to hide their position. Oh my
gosh, Frozen.
What is going on? He just activated Super Saiyan mode right there. He's just gone absolutely mad on everything that moves. Still taking the fight versus 7-2-1 down to a final player. The flush is confirmed. 14 eliminations. One heart also eliminated off the game. A top competitor for the top 3. But they know, clear vision. They got to do something out of this one. I think this is still enough for them to make it into the top 3 position.
Oh, yeah.
It's all about F35. How far can they go in this game?
BN5 up to 6 eliminations.
Oh,
Tosca up to 5 and more coming through.
Val, first to drop down, but F35, this is your one opportunity. Do not allow them to get rest up. The Blue Zone knocks another one. It's down to a single player. It's going to be down. He can't do anything in that situation. There's no way. Nice drop shot. Gets
no way.
Being spotted from a distance. F35 putting pressure on the lobby. And still standing strong, but it's looking like the 1v1 might be happening unless he can get the rest, which I think he might. A 7-2-1 standing on the side, but I think Imperium, it is fair to say that F35 might have just secured their spot over into PMNC with a fantastic final game to wrap it up.
Storm. Will they break the hearts of F35 ex-squad players and fans? In the previous game of Sanok, Storm picked up 5 eliminations for himself alone. But this fight, 1v3, it's not going to be easy. But that double nade! That double nade for Storm!
That is not okay, Storm. You can't do that. So he's going to peek eventually, get himself the first aid. He's healed up a little bit, but unfortunately, Storm, he's going to be spotted away. Confirms the elim, but it doesn't matter. F35 to wrap it up with a final chicken din of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the Middle East region. And with that, I believe, securing a spot over into PMNC 2022.
18 elimination chicken dinner for F35X, making statements, making moves, making history for themselves as they potentially, historically, I pretty much want to guarantee, have booked their spot into the PMNC. You couldn't ask for a game of your life. Right, like, when you want the blueprint in future tournaments of how to really take control of your own destiny, you use this game. F35X did it all, Max.
Man, this is esports. At the end of the day, this is how, this is peak esports you could have for PUBG Mobile. It's just looking absolutely fantastic for them. As I said, I am pretty confident in saying that this was the performance in a lifetime for F35 to make it in top 3. The thing is, we saw a lot of teams go out pretty early, like Execution, Conquer Iraq. W7 able to get himself a few eliminations in the game. It is down to the wire, Imperium. We'll have to see as we check out the overall rankings just after this break to see exactly who will be making it to PMNC 2022. See you guys in just a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Design, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high time. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
What a game from F35 to wrap up the Snapdragon Pro Series for the Middle East region. But the question still stands, Imperium, was that enough to make it over into the PMNC? That's going to be the major question we'll hopefully answer by the end of this final death segment. But man, what a way to wrap up an entire event so far. It has been a great adventure, and F35 really wanted it at the end.
It feels like the whole 6 days of action kind of led to this, right?
Yeah.
region after region, game after game, impressive performance after impressive performance. All credit to every single team that we've commentated. But F35X, the only team to get 3 chicken dinners in the MEA finals. The only team to really, when it really mattered, to get that result they needed. And it wasn't easy. Looking at the upper moments, they had a battle on the East as early as Phase 4. They had to fight for their position, but they also had to be very clever, and they had to be very reactive. And they nailed every single part of it. Like, look at that from Frozen. That knock, that ability to kind of go, no, he's going to peek back. So if I just continue shooting, he's going to walk into my bullets. And that's exactly what he did.
Exactly, it worked out fine. This moment for execution, pops the buggy. He saw it, he was like, the buggy's currently on fire. A few extra bullets, minimal risk, and you can maybe get the knock, which it did end up happening. But F35, the amount of control they exerted over on the East has been monumental. They were clearing fights and being super smart. I think at one point, 968 pushed on their location, and they're like, we don't want to get third party. We're just going to leave the fight, go a little bit further south, and then re-engage them later on down the line. It was so clean from F35, and this is why I'm really hoping that we'll be able to make it into PMNC, because that was a thing of absolute beauty. I just wish we saw that at the start of day one, because day one was, I would say, a complete drop-off compared to what we witnessed today. But this is what they can do at their very best, and I'm just hoping we can see more of it.
We definitely saw a bit more consistency from them in day 2.
For sure.
We can safely say that, right? Outside of the 2 chicken dinners, they you can see an improvement in the amount of other placement points and elimination points they got throughout the other games. Clear Vision deserve a lot of respect. Their thunder in this game was certainly stolen justifiably by F35X squad, but once again, their macro play and their understanding of how other teams play in the lobby was extremely good. You know what? Who they remind me of? They kind of remind me of old Panda back in PMPL when how they played was not so much playing their own game, but of course playing their own game, but also countering what other teams do. And that really feels like Clear Vision were doing in a lot of those games. They were like, okay, well, we know what this team is going to do. We know where this team is going to go. Let's go here. And it's just that it was just beautifully executed macro on so many of the games. Like, so many of the games. I would say, for the most part, they were the most consistently overall performing team across the finals. And that deserves a hell of respect from me.
Exactly. I mean, it's just been absolutely amazing to see how things have been working out. But it's time to look at the overall, not the overall rankings, sorry, the match rankings. First, see exactly how many points were scored and if they might be enough to get himself into PMNC. But here we go, F35X squad, 33 points over the head, more than double than Clear Vision Esports. I'm not even sure if they've been able to overtake their position. We'll have to see. I mean, if there's one game that has to qualify you over into PMNC, this is the one that definitely allows that to maybe happen. So, man.
By the way, fun fact, that's the second highest points we've had in for a game in the finals so far, and the only game that beat it was the very first game of the finals. So it just fits even more into how good of a performance, how dominating of a performance this was by F35X squad. Like, the final game of the finals, to get that much of a difference in terms of total points gained from an individual game is incredible. Heartache though for Conqueror Rackmax, we gotta kind of speak about that. Only 1 point, 6 months of preparation. We saw the interview, we understood how much they've put into this, and they look good. They looked really good, especially day one. But for whatever reasons in today's games, despite an odd flurry of understanding the circles such as Sandhawk, right? It didn't seem to come together for them, and that 1 point in the final game, it must be heartbreaking for them. I don't know where they finished, but still to end the tournament with a 1 point game must be heartbreaking.
Yeah, there's so many upsets right now. Iker 77. Conquer Iraq with that 1 point. We'll see if there was potentially enough to hold on to the top 3, but I'm pretty sure that that was not the case. Senior Execution was still able to make it pretty far into the game. So I think that was going to be making it a little bit easier. So your main competitors are going to be, of course, your Execution, Clear Vision, F35 squad. So a little bit of a tough one coming out from them. But man, complicated times for some of these teams. But at the end of the day, I got to say that even the teams that barely missed out showed true potential for the future. So we'll see how it's going to work out.
Like for One Heart, they were just too passive in that game, right? I'd asked that question when it was like phase 4 before Execution started to rotate on them, if they were really doing enough to decide their fate. And yeah, it give or take wasn't enough in the context of putting themselves within kind of the top 3, but yeah, still healthy for One Heart. They have a lot to improve on. Let's see where they can go from there.
Exactly. Let's see how things are going to be moving on for these teams. We're just getting some extra information right now, just so you're aware about the qualification spots into PMNC, just to make sure that we're 100% accurate on that information. So we're just going to make sure that we get all that intel before we do head into it. But hopefully, things are going to be looking good for some of these teams. I think a lot of them are going to be pretty happy with how things are going to be shaping up. But man, seeing what some teams have been able to do here, got to say, PMNC teams, especially the bottom 8 teams of the PMPL after this year, I'll say they've got to be shaking in their boots, because this is going to be a tough new relegation amount of teams that are going to be coming in for this year.
Yeah, the next, like, that's why I said at the start of this game around the pressure the teams are feeling. If they felt it, they need to get used to it, because the next stage, the PMNCs are going to be just as tough. They're going into PMNCs with literal PMPL teams, right? And yes, we've seen PMPL level gameplay in a number of games from a number of teams, and we will certainly respect that. But when you're going into a lobby with kind of all or near all PMPL teams, the ability to eke out a good result becomes tougher. The risk of being punished by a mistake is heavier, right? Everything moves up a notch for all of these teams. So get ready. The next step is going to be so tough.
Going to be so tough indeed, Imperium, but I think we're slowly but surely going to get ready to head on over to the overall rankings, hopefully. So let's head on over right about now, Imperium, and here we have it. Your overall rankings for the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the Middle East region. And Clear Vision, Imperium, will be taking it all and becoming your champions of the fall 2022 season and making sure that they qualify to the next spot. But Imperium, we have gotten some extra information. We did have a little bit of miscommunication on that beforehand, so I do want to be completely open about that. So just to rectify, let me go through each and every single team that made it into PMNC, because there are more than 3.
Yeah, I was just going to say, do you want to go through the separate regional PMNCs?
Yes, we'll go through that, but I'm going to take off and start from the top. For the KSA PMNC, we're going to have 3 teams heading on over to that event. It will be Clear Vision Esports, One Heart, and 14 Team Esports that will be qualified for the KSA PMNC. I thought you were going to take the rest of that.
Yeah, no, I am. I was just letting that sink in for a sec. For the MEA PMNC, Brute Force are moving on forward.
Following that, Egypt PMNC is going to be Skyrocket Esports to qualify for that event.
And finally, for the Iraq PMNC, there are 3 teams moving on. That is F35X Squad, Execution, and Conqueror Iraq. So that is a total, Max, as we know by now, a total of 8 teams have moved on to separate, respective PMNCs.
So many teams qualify. I mean, initially we thought it was going to be 3. We got the information at the same time as you guys, so it seemed like the split was a little bit interesting, but that is definitely a lot of teams that made it. And you know what? I'm happy for Conquer Iraq that those 6 months did not go to waste. You know, I think
Yes.
that's a little bit of relief on their side. They are actually going to
Just
be
a
making it
little
into PMNC Iraq, so that is good to see overall. Congratulations to them. But yeah, that's going to be a wrap when it comes to Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for 2022. Going to see, of course, how PMNC are going to be coming on through. And I got to say, the future is looking bright for PMPL of 2023 Imperium, and things are looking great for all the new teams who hopefully will make it through PMNC and qualify to that next season.
It doesn't change realistically what we saw in these open finals in terms of the amount of teams that made it through. It really doesn't, and a tiny part of me is kind of glad that we didn't get that information, because it arguably allowed us to just simply enjoy the games and enjoy the intensity of what teams would get to the very top. F-35X squad, we cannot overstate anymore how good of a fight they pulled out in that final game to move up from 5th place, again around 15-16 points behind the top 3, to get into 2nd place is incredible. Clear vision, they were just concise, consistent, methodical, on point, just absolutely non-stop doing what they did to get first. It was incredible. And of course, congrats to all the other teams. We've already said it, that journey is going to be so tough.
It's going to be so tough indeed. We had an absolutely great, amazing last 3 days. Last 6 days of play. It was a little bit longer than that. We still got North America around the corner, so it's going to be interesting to see. But I am told right now, Imperium, that we're going to be having an interview. Going to be unfolding very, very shortly. It is going to be with, I do not have the list. It's going to be with Embark. There we go, from Clear Vision Esport, that just barely secured himself that 1st place position. So let's jump right into it. Embark, thank you so much for joining us on the interview. Just to start, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks so much for joining us for the interview, Embark. I really appreciate it. And congratulations, becoming the champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Really, really well deserved. How do you and the team feel after this victory?
I can't repeat what my file right now. I am so happy. We tired for 2 years. So we just so happy. Very, very happy. Alhamdulillah, we get number 1.
Your performances through the 10 games created a pattern of fantastic rotations and understanding of the positions in the circle. How much preparation, or what specific preparation did you and the team make coming into the finals?
We have a coach. He learned us a lot of things to play outside the circle. Then come to the circle. The last team we come the circle us.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. I do want to know, because you just brought up that you guys have been trying for 2 years to qualify into PMNC. I would love to know, and I would love for you to maybe take us through that a little bit. Like, how has these past 2 years been going for you and the team to reach this point where you actually qualified as Clear Vision?
We before Clear Vision, we was a Saudi team, and like any team in the world, and we get step by step to forward up and finish. We just take the number 1 in PMCO, and we take achievement in
for your...
Saudi region.
Got it.
Yeah. So you've qualified for the PMNC. Are you and the team confident that you can qualify for PMPL 2023?
Yes, of course. Before the BMC qualifier, the BMCO qualifier, we had a 1 target, PMPL Season 5. We should play that.
And you know what? Hey, 2 years to qualify, and it finally paid off right now. Congratulations once again to you, Embark, for making it to that event. And
Thank you.
I do want to give you an opportunity. You're welcome. Don't worry about it. I want to give you an opportunity to talk to your fans of Clear Vision and your fans, Embark in particular, that have been supporting you in this event. So feel free. What do you want to say?
Thank you for support us. I love you all. Thank you for everyone in the Clear Vision.
There you go. Perfect. Thanks so much, Embark, for joining us on the interview once
And,
again. And congratulations for during the championship. Oh.
And I want just to thank my mom. He always pray for me.
Hey, that's great, man. Hey, thank you so much. Nice. Love to see that at the end. But congratulations and congratulations to your mum for being the mum of a winner. That's for real.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you.
There you have it, Imperium. Great to hear some insight onto Clear Vision there. A little bit of communication, but he just seems so hyped. Oh, he's back. He wants some more. Oh, he's back.
Back or gone? Back or gone?
Well, to thank his dad this time. The whole family's passing by, okay? But it was an absolutely amazing performance from Clear Vision. Of course, we had some moments where it's like a little bit of doubt, but man, the fact that he said that these guys have been trying for now 2 years and they finally get it right now today into their first PMNC and hopefully make it into PMCO, as he said, that is going to be their goal. Man, it must feel so good for him and the team.
Yeah, and again, it's simply deserved, right? Over $7,700 in the back pocket for the team, a PMNC spot. They're confident clearly to move on to PMPL for 2023, and it's always why I say never give up and never stop grinding, right? It takes time. With every failure you're going to learn, with every step you take you're going to evolve if you have the right mindset. And I'm so happy for Clear Vision. It's obvious that they have put in the effort, they put in the time, and yet they deserve this. And yeah, Embark, the whole team, I can't wait to see what you guys can do in 2023.
Exactly, can't wait to see, but you know what? They made it past the first hurdle right now. You can stumble, but you cannot fall entering into PMNC. Otherwise, that might just be a little bit rough for them. But amazing players all around for all regions, for Africa, for Europe, and especially, of course, as we closed off with Middle East. I'm really hyped to see what PMNC has to hold for all of these teams, well, PMNC and also PMEC. Exactly. That's going to be interesting to see how things are going to be wrapping up. But yeah, with that said, Imperium, as we're going to slowly wrap things up, I just want to know if you had a few closing statements you would like to make as we wrap up Snapdragon Pro Series.
It was incredible to be a part of this journey. PMCO in particular definitely holds dear to my heart. My very first PUBG Mobile tournament way back in 2019 with yourself as well, back when we covered the wildcard region, and since then we've seen the competition and the evolution of PUBG Mobile Esports throughout the way. We've been there, we've done that, we've told the stories. I would like to say that this is my final PUBG Mobile tournament ever. As a commentator, I'm taking the decision to retire and step back as a commentator. It feels right in my life. So yeah, just wanted to kind of put that out there. Thank everybody that's been a part of my journey and that's been a part of, you know, me succeeding and being able to do what I've loved for so many years, and to end it with you on the PMCO tournament, it feels like a full circle. So yeah, just wanted to put that out there, and yeah, thank you for making this so amazing for me, and thank you to all the teams I've ever casted.
I'm sure that I'm not the only one to speak and think this, but you know, you definitely had a huge impact when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports as a whole. I'm a little bit emotional too right now, which is a little bit weird. I didn't expect that. That's really weird what's going on. But yeah, it's been great to be able to work with you throughout the years, Imperium. We've begun esports together and we're going to end it together. So yeah, thank you so much for everything. I'm told though, do we have a little bit of an extra graphic? There's a little bit of a turnaround that's going to be happening right now to check out the qualified graphic to exactly which teams made over to their regional PMNC. Oh man, I don't think I'm in the right state to make it right now. But yeah, for the PMNC KSA, it is going to be, of course, Clear Vision, One Heart, and 14 Team Esports to make it over to the KSA PMNC for 2022 and to potentially begin their adventure in PMPL.
As my journey ends in commentating, know that my journey in following and loving PUBG Mobile Esports will not stop, and I will be looking out for all of these teams across the PMNC. Congratulations to Brute Force. It may not have been a good finals for them overall in terms of finishing in 16th, and they'll need to prepare even harder, understand the game even more coming into their respective PMNC.
Exactly, we'll have to see how things are going to be working out for them. Skyrocket Esports going to be the qualified team for PMNC 2022 Egypt, so also a team that has an opportunity to make it into their PMPL. We'll have to see, of course, how the team will fare up against even tougher competition of PMNC.
And then finally for the PMNC 2022 Iraq region, it is F35X squad. A glorious final game followed by execution. Missed out on first, finishing third, and conquer Iraq. It may have been a poor finish to the finals, but they can hold their head high in moving on to the next stage.
Exactly, but those are going to be all your qualified teams making it to PMNC 2022. The adventure does not end there though, Imperium, as there's still an opportunity to see how these teams are going to fare in PMNC and if they can make it to PMPL. And hopefully, as we saw, a few of the teams even aiming even higher than that, aiming for PMGC at the end of 2023. It's a big goal in mind, but definitely achievable for some of the squads. We did witness what they were able to bring to the table during the Snapdragon Pro Series. Once again, Imperium, I do have to reiterate, thank you so much for all of the years working on PUBG Mobile products. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I got to say, best of luck in your future endeavors, and I'm sure that we'll definitely keep in touch. But that's going to be it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for checking in onto the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals 2022. It was an absolute pleasure. My name is Maxman, join with Imperium, and we'll see you potentially in the future for more different products. See you guys next time.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion, we put in this time. Look.